terms. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-522-4700.
When it comes to kitchen countertops and cabinets, you're flooded with choices. But my recommendation is but one choice, Art of Granite, luxury with value. Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Wholesale prices on all stone and surfaces, including quartz. Pay only for fabrication and installation. And when the kitchen is done, the bathroom is free. All tear out and haul away is also free. Call now for your selection of quartz. All the latest colors. 303-386-5919. Theartofgranite.com.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet.
Shannon, why can't you fix the Wi-Fi?
Hey.
What?
Shut up.
You don't want her on the screen?
What?
I guess you don't like having her on the screen, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The viewers have spoken?
Hey, are you listening, Kelly?
Yes.
I'm going to have an outbound call for you, someone from New York.
Okay.
I'm just getting her cell phone. She wrote to me a while ago. I thought we helped her.
You just want to put it in producer's notes, or?
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting it now. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Bye, Dragon. I know. With no Wi-Fi. That's terrible. Easy.
Oh, no. That's not return audio. Hey, Dragon, or somebody, or Shannon, could you give me return audio so can we adjust headsets?
Pilled America on the free iHeartRadio app. You won't regret it. We tell the stories you want to hear and changing hearts and minds in the process. Listen to Red Pilled America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeartRadio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Alexis Christoforous. No liftoff this morning for NASA's new rocket headed for the moon. The Artemis 1 mission was supposed to have begun this morning, but because of technical problems, the launch was scrubbed, says NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
They're going to work it. They'll get to the bottom of it. They'll get it fixed. And then we'll fly.
The next window for a possible launch is Friday. Hundreds of people have been evacuated from homes along the Pearl River in Jackson, Mississippi, as water is released from the brimming Barnett Reservoir. ABC's Trevor Alt is nearby.
This flooding isn't expected to crest until tomorrow, according to the latest forecast here, too, and it could stick around. So these officials are saying not only do these people need to leave, but when they pack a bag, it needs to be able to last them for 2 weeks as this water continues to pour in.
Followers of Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr have stormed Iraq's government palace in Baghdad after the cleric announced his retirement from politics. This is ABC News. Israel's fifth national election in 4 years is a matter of weeks away. And now ABC's Jordana Miller, reporting from Jerusalem, says a former prime...
You kids good there with whatever you're balancing? Did it work?
Why did I get up today? It's not going well.
No, it's not, because if you can help your friends.
But how many times a year is that people call?
You mean the non-patients?
Yeah, no, your friends.
Oh,
for advice. All the
quite a few, yeah.
It's all the time.
Whenever their wives were pregnant. to a party one night, and my wife was talking to this woman. Swear to God, true story. 3 o'clock in the morning, she calls me up. I never met her. And I didn't want to wake my doctor up, but your wife said you were an OBGYN. I said, fuck you, and hung up. Can you believe that?
I didn't want to bother my doctor.
Second best. The best guy. My buddy has a wife who is the best cook in the world. She could open up a bakery. It will be sold out in 15 minutes. She just doesn't want to work that hard.
Lilo, hi, it's Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. Hi, we received your email regarding your RV, and we are just about to go on air, and wondered if you wanted to go on with Tom to talk about it so he can guide you toward a resolution.
Excuse me? I haven't had a carrot cake.
It's unbelievable.
And is it Lilo? Is that how you... Lilo?
Don't they call it Redlands
Lilo.
now?
Okay, I just want to make sure that I get him to pronounce
It's
your name
Redlands
correctly.
Grill, but
Are we supposed to be hearing anything now?
no. They turned it off right before
Hang
we
on
went.
for
I don't
me,
know why.
and what was the name of the shop that you took your RV to?
Things staying busy for you guys? Is now a busy season?
You know,
Or is this
typically
kind of
it starts winding down into September, but we're slammed right now.
Really?
We're actually having a better
I've been watching.
July usually our busiest month of the year.
With ACs?
Okay.
I've been watching the last few episodes of Better Call Saul. I'm not at the end, but a lot of people were disappointed, and I hope I don't get disappointed.
What's the shop called?
The ending was just a surprise.
Okay, I don't want to hear it.
I'm not saying.
Ah, damn it! I don't like when
Tom will want to know the name
like
of the
one season. What was it? I
you.
never watched it, but the whole thing turned out to be a dream. I think that's a ripoff.
Yeah, I don't like when
That's a fucking ripoff.
But you know,
You're wasting my time.
In November, Yellowstone.
Oh, I love that show.
And hang on for me, okay?
The girl, because she's so sassy.
Oh, I know. She's a bitch.
It's not going to go well.
Not the example you want your daughter to see.
No.
But she does.
But it's grown-up stuff. It's not the kids.
Daddy.
And she's English. Did you know that?
Yeah. You know what blows me away? That's what blows me away is when I see actors and I look them up on. I always look up actors when I like them, and then you hear an interview with them and they're like heavy fucking English accent or Australian, and you're thinking, holy shit, that's good.
Well, you know who I couldn't believe was the guy on Homeland.
Oh yeah, Damien. I know. No, you're right. Damian Lewis. Yeah. He's like, holy shit, heavy English. Right. I didn't know that. I like him, and I liked him on Billions. God damn it, though.
Isn't Billions coming back?
Without him.
Oh, that's right.
But the other actor's a good actor, but God, Damian Lewis made it.
He did. I was hoping he would sneak back in somehow.
Kelly, have I ever told you the thing I really like about this?
He inspired me to start my fund.
You remind me that
the other guy is Sacha Baron Cohen.
Oh, God, he's good.
Always.
But he's not English.
Yeah, he is.
No, not really, is he? Is Sacha Baron Cohen? Oh, he is. He's British?
Yes, he's British.
Okay, that's right.
I don't think so.
And people, he's a good
Wi-Fi
actor, too.
down?
See,
No.
people think,
No, thank
you don't take that guy lightly. He is not an idiot.
Oh, no.
Well, it's just completely discombobulated everything at this point. So I'm just
it's totally juvenile.
working with it.
Everything he does is juvenile.
I mean, I should have already...
People who did not is highly illegal and will likely never take effect. And a school district that wants to bring back paddling, how does that hit you? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, and I welcome you to the only show of its kind anywhere this hour, brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com.
for pain, inflammation, anxiety, anything that ails you? Well, not anything. Pain, inflammation, anxiety. People use it for travel. They love it. It's Panacea Life Sciences. And you can easily find it at realcbdthatworks.com. Realcbdthatworks.com. Put Tom in the promo code, get 30% off. Bob Logan's with me from Plumline Services, and we were talking about supply chain and business and all of that. And we have had nothing but craziness since the pandemic. Nothing but craziness. By the way, we invite your calls, and I'll get right to them. Of course, you always take precedent on this show. Lilo is on, and I'll talk to him in a second here. But talking about plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Of course, I don't believe drains are affected by supply chain, right? I mean, they're either clogged or not, right, Bob? I mean,
yeah, is this thing working right? All right, yeah,
everything.
Yeah, as far as demand, it doesn't affect it, but like anything else, you do have some parts. I mean, for the most part, drain calls, excavation jobs, they're mainly labor. But we do have parts that go up.
Furnaces. I was at I was at a restaurant the other day. I mean, yesterday I was, and I heard people talking about their furnace went out, and they may get it by winter. Now I hear it's not that bad, but I felt like saying to her, "Well, ma'am, you ought to call so and so," but I didn't. But I heard them saying that they had to wait. Now, why would someone have to wait for a furnace? Are there certain furnaces you might have to wait for?
About the only time right now is if they're looking for a specific model. I mean, there are still supply chain issues, and there's limited models available, but there's still enough in from the budget to the luxury and everything in between. We can find something that's sized right for you that fits just about everybody's needs. So it's difficult. It's a challenge. We got to do a lot of juggling, and because of our size, our dealers give us precedence.
Are they catching up right now, suppliers?
From my understanding, the material side is catching up, but it's the labor side. So the manufacturers have labor issues just like everybody else.
What about water heaters? Are they hard to get?
Water heaters are a little bit easier to get than.
What about constant flow?
Yeah, tankless, constant flow. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape on water heaters.
Now, if you have any questions, give us a call, or you can text the show 57739. You can also go to YouTube. Make comments, and I'll get my YouTube feed up in a second here. I mean, I think it's up on the air right now. Yeah, here, there it is. And I'm just gonna bring it up so I can weigh in and comment. Meanwhile, welcome to the show. Let's go to the phones. Lilo, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. By the way, while we're talking about things in general, the economy, Pelosi and others have hinted, and as you know, this show, I don't care about whoever's in power. I'll criticize. I don't care. I'm not trying to push an agenda. But she mentioned that she fears that the Fed is going to push us into, and Elizabeth Warren said this too. She fears that the Fed will push us into a recession. So I have a prediction to make on the show, and I want everyone to write it down. This is the prediction. The Inflation Reduction Act is not going to reduce inflation, except we will go into a bit of a recession. And when we do, the administration and people in power will blame the Fed. So they have the perfect blame game. They will say they raised interest rates too quickly and too much, and we will go into a recession. Now what they'll actually say, well, we stopped inflation. And then they will blame the recession on the Fed. And that's just something that I think will happen. And by the way, with the CDC, did you notice that if you read in the CDC, they have absolutely, positively make no difference now distinguishing people who are for travel, for concerts, for anything, between people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated when it comes to risk. There is absolutely no difference. You look it up yourself. No difference whatsoever. And they're only pushing extraordinary measures and safety and prevention for those who have other risk factors. This is the way it should be. Instead of criticizing them and saying they should have done it from the beginning, I'm happy at least for the course correction. I am happy. Lilo, what happened with your RV? Hello, Lilo. What's going on?
Hello, Tom. Thanks for responding so quickly.
How can we help you, dear? And this is living proof that if you call us, we will put you on the list. Okay, Lilo, what's going on?
Back in May, we needed a new engine for our RV.
Okay.
And
now, how did you know you needed a new engine? I'm just curious.
We had taken it into the shops, or several shops, and they all determined.
Okay, what kind of RV? What kind of RV?
It's a Fleetwood Bounder.
Okay, got it. So what's going on?
So we took it in, and they gave us an estimate.
Where'd you take it, dear? Where'd you take it?
I hate to name the company at this point, Tom.
All right, keep going.
And they told us, it's going to take a while to order the engine from, I think it was Illinois or Indiana. And
Indiana.
Indiana. And we needed to put down $10,000 for them to order the engine.
I hope you did it on credit card.
Yes, we did.
So what happened then?
So we got a call. The engine was supposed to come in July sometime. We got a call, and they told us, there's a problem on their end. They cannot accommodate us as scheduled.
All right, so where does it stand right now?
So we waited until they said they would be caught up on their schedule and started calling the repair shop and left voicemails. Nobody called back. Called again.
All right, well, where does it stand right now? Let's go to now. Where does it stand right now?
Right now, I had contacted our credit card company.
No, what I mean is, here's what I mean. Do you have the engine, or are they still screwing around with you?
No, we do not have the engine.
Why? What do they say?
They didn't say anything. The shop closed its doors.
What? Whoa. Now, you got to name the shop. Come on. You got to name the shop.
Well, Tom, what I didn't want to go on the air for is the owner of the shop contacted us last week and said he wants to give us the money back.
No. Hold on. All right. First of all, you don't even have to worry about that. Just go to the credit card company. You never have to worry about it. Don't mess with them. And please tell me the name of the shop for others, please.
Well, let me tell you first what the credit card company said, because that's my biggest beef right now. The credit card company requested all the documentation I have. I gave him a description, what happened.
Did the shop close down for good?
Yes.
Okay. Kelly, put them on hold, please. Thank you. Let me know when you want to communicate. I don't do this on the show. When you want to communicate fully, I'm going to do that with you. And I'm going to help you any way I can, okay? But I'm not going to do this. We need to know the name of the shop and the name of the guy, and I'll tell you why. Because it is our pressure that gets results, nothing else. It's not my good looks, although it probably should. It doesn't get you anything. What really gets you something is constant pressure. If the credit card company isn't helping, we need to know them too. So when you're ready to talk, I'm ready to listen. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Coming up, we're going to talk about comparative negligence. What the hell does that mean? Well, somebody went to Tesla. A car was damaged. The insurance company said, you're partly to blame. That happens a lot now because insurance companies are looking to cut costs. So we have that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Waterpros.net for drinking water at your kitchen sink under $1,000 fully installed. I have one in my sink. I love drinking water. Never buy bottled water again. Waterpros.net. More coming up.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling it, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard, it's the new way to home.
The liquid loan, a 30-year line of credit. Deputy Doc's getting it. Major Mark Major's getting it. Do you know what they like about the liquid loan? It's a 30-year line of credit. You pay simple interest. And here's the best part of it. You can pay the principal down anytime you want or not pay it if you're only going to be there a few years. Pay interest only. Keep your payments lower. That's right. You can do that. Now, here's the best part of it. If you are ever going to stay in the house, you can make a big chunk on the interest. On the principal. And then let's say you change your mind, you want the money back. You can borrow it back. If you have extra equity, you can even borrow more. It's just a line of credit that sits there. You don't pay all the interest up front. You don't pay just pennies on principal. You pay whatever you want, whatever, whenever. It's theliquidloan.com. Only from Affordable Interest Mortgage, and you can have it for yourself. 720-895-0500. One other feature, every dime you put in that same bank earns the same interest as your loan, so you'll offset your principal and pay less interest. 720-895-0500, theliquidloan.com. Now let's talk about personal injury. God, you hear so many attorneys bragging about how much they can get you. Here's the bottom line. What you want is an attorney that won't just fish for cases and then only take the big ones for his commercials. You want an attorney who's going to work all cases, someone who gives you personalized attention, someone you can depend on. My accident lawyer here on the show is John Fuller. He can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. Smaller by design. Call him. I know you'll call around. Find out what he can do for you, free of charge, and then contingency fees only. 303-597-4500.
Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Denver's.
Turn that up so I can hear. Okay. Now.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Okay, I have the credit card company and the name of the shop that she was at.
Good.
Lilo. So do you want me to put that in producer notes?
Yep. Thank you.
It's amazing why people won't give out the information.
Well, I know sometimes why they don't want to, because they're hoping to get cooperation.
It's just kind of weird. You're probably going to need to do the ding, 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 ding. His zipper thing. Yeah. Oh, good Lord. Hi, Lawrence. You know what? You can call into the show. (303-713-8255). Yes. Okay. Thanks, Lawrence. Bye. It's really not going to help to call myself up. Okay. Come on, Wi-Fi.
I don't think it's working.
Yeah, that's been established.
Well, stop.
Listen, I am eternally optimistic.
You sound like Roseanne Barr screaming at a microwave. Hurry!
The KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. And we're welcoming, of course, your text messaging as well. And your emails to the show, help@troubleshooter.com. We can call you and get help. Now, we do have the name of the RV center. It's no big deal. No one knows about it. Springs Auto and Truck Center, Service Center. By the way, I think a couple of years ago, we had some problems with them. They might even be on the sleaze brigade for how they handle the problem. I'm not sure. I got to go search that. I think they had a Mercedes Sprinter one time down there, if memory serves me right. Citibank is the credit card company. Lilo, this credit card company, without any kind of issue whatsoever, should give you your money back. You put down a deposit on the engine, the place closed down, and you're out 10 grand. I want to, and I don't want stories. I want just the answer. What did the credit card company say to you?
The first thing they said is, send us your documentation and we'll do an investigation. And so I sent them everything I had. Got a letter back yesterday, and they basically said they closed the investigation and my request has been denied.
How can that happen? What did they do to investigate?
They didn't tell me. They just said I did not submit all the paperwork that they needed, and one of the things they were wanting is the proof that I canceled the service.
Well, first of all, you don't even have to give them proof you canceled. The place closed down.
Yes, exactly. So I called them after I received the letter and asked for an explanation why they are wanting to see this documentation, and they were very short and basically said the investigation is closed and there's nothing else they can do for me.
Isn't there an appeal process?
Yeah, there is. First of all, I don't think you did it correctly. You said something about cancellation. You should have never mentioned cancellation.
No, I did not mention cancellation at all. That's why it's so bizarre.
Citibank should just simply dispute that charge.
Yeah.
It's for nothing. Okay, so they didn't investigate. I would, no, we got to give this to somebody to call. This is wrong. And so, who's the guy behind Springs Auto and Truck Service Center?
That is Terry Breezy.
Terry Breezy?
Terry, as in Tom, Terry.
Yeah, Terry. What does he say?
Well, we did not know who the owner was when we tried to contact them. We only had the business number. But about a week ago, this Terry Breezy called and said, there is a huge confusion. I want to give you your money back. And we said, okay, wire the money to our account. And he said he couldn't do that. He had to work with our credit card company and on and on. So bottom line, I don't know if to trust him or not.
Okay. We have to call.
Tom, is he willing to give paperwork stating that he's out of business and she can send that to Citibank?
Is he willing to cooperate with you? Do you have his phone number?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'm going to give this to Deputy Smarty Pants to dive into. I want you to hang on. What we're going to do is we're going to have somebody look into this. This sucks. This is wrong. There's no two ways about it. It's just plain wrong. Hang on. 303-713-TALK. Deputy Smarty Pants, I guess you heard me, right? We're gonna give this to you to work on.
Okay.
I think this guy, along with the credit card company, somewhere there's an answer. This woman shouldn't be out 10 grand for God's sakes. This is ridiculous. Or if that 10 grand was truly forwarded, by the way, to the manufacturer, as it should have been, then the manufacturer should send that engine somewhere else. Now, if they did not forward it, it's fraud. It's just plain fraud. So I don't see how
Maybe
anybody
she should reopen it under fraud.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If it hasn't been forwarded to the factory. If it was, then the factory should be happy, and this previous owner of Springs Auto and Truck Service Center should be happy to work with her to get credit at the factory. Somewhere I smell something rotten, and I think the guy took, you know what I think? My opinion, he took the money. That's what I think. Lilo, hang on, and we will get your information. Meanwhile, Deputy Smarty Pants is on the phone. He worked with Tammy. Tammy went to Tesla in the parking lot. She was opening her door when a car pulled in from the service center, driven by a service tech, and damaged her car. These jerks at Tesla's insurance says, we're only 80% responsible for this, not 100%. You should have looked before you opened your door. Now, I know what they're talking about. It's called comparative negligence. Comparative negligence. Tammy, did you feel at all responsible?
No, I do not.
Why? Under their reasoning, you should have looked.
I did look over my left shoulder. I turned back. The gentleman was driving so quickly backwards into the spot that I didn't see him coming because he came after I turned my neck.
And was he driving a Tesla?
Yes, he was driving a Tesla.
And again, we talked about a separate issue. Why didn't the Tesla stop? Because Teslas have that anti-collision stuff. I just don't understand it.
I don't know. That's a weird thing. He was going backwards. I don't know if that makes a difference, but
yeah, and it doesn't make a difference whatsoever. But anyway, Deputy Smarty Pants, we thought that was unfair. Did you call the insurance company?
Yeah, Tom, I sent emails to both Tesla, General Manager, and Liberty Mutual. I got a response from Liberty Mutual, and at first he kind of just said the case is closed. And then we persisted, and Tammy persisted, and about, I don't know, a couple weeks later, he told her, well, I think Tesla's going to cover it. Is that right, Tammy? Is that what they told you?
Yes, he said that last Monday. Yeah.
And then I get a message from Tammy that they will cover it.
Yeah.
Whoa!
And pay for her rental car. And pay for her rental car.
If I'm not mistaken, that calls for something, Shannon. Would you please reach in and pull out my dinger, please? Come on. Thank you. Man, why do you insist on putting the small dinger first? All right. Good. Anyway, no, seriously, we're very happy about that, Tammy. We're very happy so you'll get it all fixed and all paid for as it should be.
Yes, and Marty really went to bat for me. It helped out so much. It never would have changed if it wasn't for you guys getting involved, really.
Thank you, and that's why we put that S on the front of his name there. Marty is Smarty. Thank you. Now, speaking of Smarty Pants, I think he's helping Lawrence. Boy, this thing pisses me off. Lawrence, good guy, calls the show. And I don't want to go into the details, but he was involved in a computer scam. And they did scam him, and they lied to him, and they talked him into wiring a so-called overage in his account that they refunded to him by mistake. It's just a variation on a scam. We don't have to get into the details. Lawrence admits that he fell for it and wired money. But here's the thing. He canceled it before it went out. And he feels they should have canceled it, but they didn't. We'll talk about that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, in times of uncertainty, we'll do a market analysis of your home to let you know in today's market with inflation, interest rates, and with supply increasing, what will your house sell for? He'll let you know free of charge, no obligation to list. And you won't get anyone better. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by The Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
Roads and freeways are finally calmed down for that mid-morning lull. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds from one end of town to the other. Heading east-west, I-70 east and westbound free and clear from the Golden area to the airport and back again. On the south end of town, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints for our friends in Aurora and DTC. And up on the opposite end of town near Westminster, US 36 east and westbound free and clear as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with a high of 87 degrees. Tomorrow, similar temperatures. We've got a high of 91, mostly sunny skies again. The current temperature in Denver, 70 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
What does the political landscape look like heading into the midterm elections? We're going to ask Robert Kahali of the Trafalgar Group, who has a history of getting things right. Don't miss The Truth with Lisa Booth every Monday and Thursday and throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Isn't it nice that Zero Res has nothing to show for their success? Nothing meaning they only use water. Empowered water, it is patented. Oh, no, it's not just any water. And it gets things cleaned. And let me just say something. More than carpet, they do tile and grout cleaning, granite cleaning, pet odor treatment, mattress cleaning, upholstery cleaning, area rug cleaning. Yes, commercial cleaning as well, and residential. ZeroResDenver.com, the company I want in my home. They do a great job. 303-471-5150. And right now, 3-room areas for $119. 3-room areas. Call for other services. And, of course, they are the ones that get the carpet cleaned with less water, empowered water, no sticky residue left behind, as the name implies. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Life isn't perfect. People try to calculate what they can drink and then drive. Labor Day weekend's coming up. Unfortunately, many people listening, and I hope not, they're going to get arrested for DUI as well. You should if you're drinking and driving. And you can avoid it, of course, with a designated driver, Uber, Lyft, taxis, or just don't drink. But here's the deal. If you get in trouble, you can never do it alone. Even if you want to plead guilty and throw yourself, as they say, at the mercy of the courts, you need an attorney. He'll give you free initial consultations and then flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200. That's Joseph A. Lazara. I've known him for 30 years. 303-421-6200. Joe Lazara.
This on Wi-Fi.
I don't think it's working.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Fine.
I'm doing great.
Not really. First day of the U.S. Open, and I can't watch it.
Oh, is that what your problem is? You want to watch
Is there a website?
Yes, I do.
Redfin for commercial properties?
Is that a place or what?
No, hardcore. Used to be. U.S. Open, when it first started, would play.
Looking for a property in Denver. Yeah.
Arthur Ashe was your family friend?
Yeah, he and his wife.
Yeah, it's a,
Really?
It's a year old.
That's cool.
Actually, the shooter's almost 2
He
years
was
old.
a photographer, very good.
It's 2 years now. Well, Potomac, we've been there for 10 years, but we got a location up in Arvada about a year and a half ago.
So moody like me?
I want to combine the two and just get one huge building in Denver.
Okay. You want to buy it?
I think so.
Yeah.
And then you want to...
And then I'll lease it back to Plum Line.
Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
And then the other two you don't own?
No, we lease both of those.
Why wouldn't Plum Line itself own it? Because they don't want to?
Well, Jeff Jeff did own the one on Potomac, and then under
Maybe.
Plumline didn't own it. Jeff owned it with a couple of other
Maybe.
partners. And then when he sold Plumline,
May be able to get it on hardwire.
They sold the building as a separate asset.
I haven't ever tried this before, but shut up.
You know, commercial property is not as expensive as it used to be. You know, residential is, but commercial because of people working remotely. Well, warehouses, though, I wonder if marijuana still influences that.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking for this place up in Arvada, and I was actually looking a little further north, like Broomfield, that area, but it was really hard to find both office and warehouse space with a secure yard where you could park your trucks.
So warehouse, office, and
ideally, yeah.
And then what area?
Ha 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 ha! I got it.
6 and I-25, I-70 and I-25, right?
Sometimes I love my husband.
Yeah, I think between 6 and I-70.
Yeah.
Not too, you know.
What size?
Today is a good day.
Probably minimum 40,000.
Oh, gosh, there we go.
PhoneHealthTest.com and get your free assessment today.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Renew Home Innovation, 72 months. 72 months, same as cash. This is unbelievable. For your shower, they take out that old shower and put in a beautiful, that old shower tub, you know, that they used to put in with sometimes even curtains. They put in these beautiful wall systems that look exactly like stone, no maintenance. Renew Home Innovations, 303-904-2000. Brand new showers, beautiful showers. They can do tub shower if you want, but a lot of people are going with these big, beautiful showers in a separate tub. They can do as much or as little of the bathroom as you want. Right now, though, 72 months, same as cash. 303-904-2000. All right. So Lawrence was tricked into wiring money. USAA wired. He called USAA and wired 40 grand out of the account. Now, by the way, when I went to wire money, they made me go in and sign for it. Was this a wire or an ACH? I believe it was a wire. But anyway, they made me. Do you know what happened to me, Deputy Doc, which is really weird? When I went to wire money, they actually said, "Are you being asked to wire this by someone you know? Have you been approached by such and such?" And they asked me a bunch of questions, like, so I wouldn't be taken advantage of.
Yeah,
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, when I wired money, I had to go in and fill out paperwork.
Yeah, and they ask you questions now because of all the wire fraud. But neither here nor there, he was tricked. His son he was talking to, and he said, "Dad, I think you were scammed. Stop that wire." So, Lawrence, you called USAA, and you told them to stop the wire. And what's amazing to me is you called, and they said it hadn't gone through, right?
When I called, they told me, I called less than 8 hours after that wire was sent and talk to the fraud department and told them they needed to call Chase and tell Chase that wire shouldn't go through. I now have a document from...
But hold on. Then you even got an email saying, "Uh-oh, we didn't do it. We're sorry. We're going to use this as a coachable moment." And meanwhile, you ask, "Well, where's my money?" And they contended that it's your problem. Now, before you tell me what happened, Deputy Smarty Pants, you're working on this. Is that about how it went down?
Yeah, that's the original story.
And USAA, they sent an email saying we're sorry.
Correct.
I mean, that's crazy. And so, what did you do, Marty?
Well, I contacted USAA with Lawrence on the phone. We spoke, and I eventually sent Lawrence a detailed email so that Lawrence could get email addresses of all the principals involved, and he would forward my email to them. And I don't know what happened. This is a new call to me. I don't know.
Okay, good. Lawrence, what happened since all of this?
Well, I got a call on Friday and that's what generated this email from Marty, saying that basically unless Chase comes back with the money, I'm not going to get my money. So we put together this email, and I put a paragraph on top of it stating, why they should do this. I called to get the email address, and I called Miss Martinez at extension 62209 of USAA, left a message saying that I wanted to get an email address, and I called her about 10 times at least on Friday after that, and it is now Monday, and I still have not got a reply from Miss Martinez at USAA with the address. But I did call USAA on Sunday, and I got into the fraud department, and they gave me an email address, which I forwarded a copy. I believe, Marty, you got a copy of what I sent.
Right.
And also, I forwarded to them. And in my thing, I requested that this email be forwarded to Miss Martinez or Miss Garcia at extension 62209 of USAA, and to the CEO of USAA, and to the chairman of the board. And I said I will be waiting for the replies. It is
all right. Do you currently have those emails?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
No. Do you have their addresses?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I want to tell people listening that USAA basically sent him an email saying, we're sorry, we did not cancel it in time and it went through. We're going to use this as a teachable moment or coachable moment. And USAA has the nerve to say he lost his money. Now, granted, he was scammed, he was tricked, but he called back before, and they admit this, Marty, before it had went out. I mean, this is amazing. Before it had been wired, they admit they got the call to cancel it. So in my opinion, the responsibility shifted to USAA to protect its customer. What do you think, Smarty?
Absolutely. I part of my email was telling USAA that Chase is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they return the money or not. It's up to you. You made the mistake. You need to own up to it.
And I think people now need to call and let USAA know how they feel. Now, when I do this, I want to explain the difference between this, what I call proactive reviews, and harassment. I am not asking for a company to be harassed or for you to be vulgar or for anyone to do anything like that. I'm asking you to perform a public service. Why do you think we have reviews? And by the way, we can put them on hold because until I need them because I'm getting background noise. Why do you think we do reviews? The purpose of a review, Bob Logan with Plumline Services, what's the purpose of a review when you read it? Do you like reviews?
I love reviews.
Why?
Because you're hearing it firsthand from the customers that work with us on a day-in, day-out basis.
Now, if a customer called you that's been around for a while, this guy's been a customer of USA for a long time. If they called you and said, I do not like the way this is handled, and here's what went down, I think it's wrong, wouldn't that be valuable information to a company owner?
Without a doubt, every single time.
You know why? Somebody said to me one time, Tom, when I advertise with you, why do I always get calls from you? Not always, but I get calls from you about my problems, about complaints. Before I advertised with you, I didn't have that many complaints. And you know what I said to them? You did have that many complaints. You just never heard of them.
That's exactly right.
And I said, with me out there, you hear from them, and you want to hear from them because you want to improve. So it's not that, I remember, what was it? It was Debt Relief Clearinghouse or something. They're specifically the ones years ago that did that. They said to me, why are we getting so many complaints? Well, and when I say so many, we're talking about the thousands of calls. They didn't have that many, but they had some. And he said, we never used to hear these. I said, yeah, you're right. You never used to hear them, but you had them. So the point is this. We need to let USAA know that they definitely screwed up. Definitely. And they owe this man money. And you can say you heard it on the Tom Martino show, on the radio. Give them the number 303 Martino. Now I need the email addresses to send this to. I want you to send a live direct review. I believe we're doing a customer service. Now, Lawrence, I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to ask you to come back with the emails or Deputy Smarty Pants or any direct line phone numbers. We need to let USAA know that they screwed up for sure, and we are not going to take it. All right, 303-713-TALK. And make sure you're not paying too much for insurance coverage and you're not underinsured. The insurance group is Compass Insurance Group, and you can get a free insurance evaluation at 303-996-9000. That's theinsurancehelpcenter.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
More easy driving throughout the Denver metro as we hit that mid-morning. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of the downtown area. Heading east to the airport, I-70 east and westbound free and clear whether you're picking up or dropping off from DIA today. South from there for our Aurora drivers, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints. On the opposite end of town, US 36 east and westbound free and clear for our drivers in Westminster and Broomfield. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with highs in the upper 80s. Overnight low of 59 degrees. Tomorrow even warmer with a high of 91. The current temperature in Denver is 73. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
We reached the tipping point this week. Big news regarding global money and energy just came out, and you better get ready. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. So listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
What we were talking about.
I love real estate. You know, it really makes the world go round. But I hate real estate problems. And on this show, when we have a real estate problem, we call our expert, Brad O'Brien, at O'Brien Legal Services. So here's the bottom line. If you have a real estate issue of any kind, I urge you to call O'Brien Legal Services. That means closing documents, finance documents, border disputes, easements, whatever. If you have a problem, anything to do with real estate, OLSlaw.com. That stands for O'Brien Legal Services. 720-370-7388. Now, let's talk about estate planning. So many people talk about estate planning. Sometimes it's estate execution, meaning you need something right away. Whatever it is, 833-ASK-BLAKE. BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE. He'll answer your questions free of charge and then direct you to what you need to do and give you flat rate pricing up front. BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. Once Orchard determines your home value, can make you a cash offer. Then when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize your stress of selling, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard is the new.
All right. So just remember, can you remember to turn that down every time we go on? Just turn it down a little, yeah. So,
well, because we're going in between seasons, we're doing, I'd like to do a furnace and air conditioning. We'll do like a buy one, get one, you know, either, so furnace and air conditioner for $79. I'm fine, thank you.
or we have that.
You know my bladder is.
That's vodka. That's vodka. I keep pushing it. I'm just kidding.
Wow. It's insane.
Ball wagon?
An hour and 9 minutes, then ask me again.
Love it.
So everything's okay with Stephanie then?
Well, we don't know if she's going
test done, but we called Doc just to find out because it's you know, it's one of those things you never know. You know.
Right.
But I'll tell you, it's weird how things come up as you go. I lived in some absolute anguish myself for a month and a half or something with loose muscle, some twitches, because I got fucking tools that drive you crazy. And when it started happening, my tongue especially, it said this, but it says, you need to get to a doctor. Unfortunately, it's probably, it's probably a death sentence.
What?
When I Googled my fasciculations along with the tongue and some other stuff, my heart, and I had just had back surgery too, but you know, got out of pain. But I announced I had all these twitches, and it said it's a primary symptom, the first symptom, and it really is of ALS, which is fucking devastating. And so I said, Doc, you know, the doctor says it's really rare, you know, and I called my doc and he said it's really rare, but it is part of the start of that, but it's like 99 other things that probably have to be.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you?
And it came out to be nothing. In fact, my nerves are very quick, like a 30.
And what kind of car do you have?
My nerve age was 35 to 38 as far as reaction. Okay. And my muscle tone was 48. And so it turned out fine, but I still have these minor stipulations. But they said since the dawn of man, people have had this shit from all causes.
Tom is borderline hypochondriac. Borderline.
I have something. I don't look like it.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
That I know. But, hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, cybercrime has doubled since the pandemic because so many people are online. I just want to say this very quickly. If you put this app on your phone or your computer or your laptop or your tablet, it will protect you absolutely. No viruses, no malware, no ransomware, absolute protection for just a couple bucks a month for each. And you don't even have to take my word for it. You get to try it free for 44 days. If you simply put my name in the promo code, I'm going to give you the site. You download this app. It runs in the background. That's all it does. It runs in the background. You don't even know it's there and it's protecting you. SaferNet.com. That's it. SaferNet.com. Tom in the promo code. And you get that off. Now.
Hey, Tom, can I say something about refunds? I get so many calls from people who get scanned by this refund thing. If anybody gets an email about a refund, just either ignore it, or if you want to call them back, just say, send me a check. If they won't send you a check, it's a scam.
Yeah, of course it is. And never give people access to your bank account, nor to your computer,
Which
ever.
Exactly how people get scammed.
Nor do you ever pay a bill, ever, by gift cards, ever. Now, Lawrence, I want to know the email addresses for these people. Do you have the email addresses?
Email address is EXECUTIVE.
Well, hold on. What does that spell? Hold on. What does that spell?
Just a second.
Here's what I want to do. Kelly, I changed my mind. Kelly, would you do this off the air, and then you can interpret it for us? Let's get some email addresses and phone numbers. I think people should give live reviews on the air about this experience with USAA. Smarty Marty, do you have anything else to say about this experience that Lawrence had? So, Kelly, do that. And after the break, we will do it. I mean, after the top of the hour here with news and stuff, we're going to come back and give a review and give emails, because I want people to let USAA know they are not of service when it comes to serious stuff. And when they screw up, they should step up. So Smarty's gone. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now, hold on a second. 303-713-8255. Delmar, go ahead. What's going on?
Yes, sir. I got a central air and heater done about 3 years ago from Fix It 24/7.
Yes, they're on a referral list. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. And I got a warranty on that. And
Okay.
and my central air motor went out. I guess it was leaking a bunch of oil. So I had to. They replaced it, but they charged me $498.
Well, what do you mean? I thought you said it was under warranty.
Exactly, sir. That's why I was calling you.
Okay. Bob, may I ask you something from Plumline? And I'm not asking you to comment on other companies, but with warranties, is there usually a charge with labor or not?
It really, there's so many different warranties. Typically, we do either a 10-year parts and labor warranty, or even on some of our higher-end systems, a lifetime parts and labor. But not most warranties only cover the parts.
Most of them.
Right. Now, that's company to company.
Okay, so we're going to find this out. Were you told if you had a parts and labor warranty, Delmar?
I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure that I have to pay for the labor. I have no problem with that, but should it be $490?
I don't know. I don't know. That's what I have to figure out. So here's what I want to do. I will get this. Kelly, we have a process with our referral list members. We'll get this to George over at Fix It 24/7. You know about that, right, Kelly? Or you can hand it off to Susan Mark. Okay, so Delmar, I promise you we will get you an answer and delve into this. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you're on the line, hang on the line. We'll get to you.
Tracking and eliminate.
Okay, let me sign on to YouTube and see what all my derelicts are doing.
One of the biggest scams I see all the time is older people falling for the refund. Where they say, we have to put into your bank account. And I try to tell them, it's interesting because I work on the AARP thing. I don't know if I told you that. AARP has a fraud line where people from all over the country call up. Same things here, rip-offs, scams, frauds. I get so many calls from people who have had their bank accounts taken advantage of because they fall for this refund scam. And, the difference between what we do here and what I can do for AARP, 9 times out of 10 we can help people here. 1 time out of 10 I can help people at the AARP because they've already fallen for the scam, and then they want to know what they can do about it. It's too late.
Right.
And it's really sad because a lot of them, we have anybody can call. I mean, we've had 18-year-olds, but the older people that call, it's after the fact. So it's really heartbreaking because they...
It is heartbreaking.
And sometimes I was telling Tom I had 2 times. So 1 time was a guy, 1 time was a woman. Woman calls up because she sent $30,000 to Paul Simon, to bring his band back to Denver so she could hang out with them.
Oh my goodness.
And he was going to hook up with her. And then another guy, same thing, he sent $20,000 or $30,000 to some female country singer who was also overseas and needed money to come back. And you think, where are these people's heads?
It's incredible, right? Isn't it?
You really think Paul Simon needs $30,000 to bring his band back to Denver?
Right. But it's phishing, right?
You just
throw
wonder
these hooks out,
where their heads are at.
It used to be the car thing, right? They would say, because I tried to sell a truck. This is years back, and I agreed it was like $10,500 or something. And they said, my client wrote the check for $15,000. We're going to send that to you.
Exactly.
And then just deposit it, and then give us your account information.
And then I tried, when I speak to guys who've been scammed in a romance scam, I said, look, go look in the mirror. You're 65, 70 years old. Unless you're a billionaire, no 30-year-old woman wants to hang out with you. I said, why? Where's your sense of reality?
Right.
I said, you're some poor schmuck in Ohio who's an auto mechanic. Nothing wrong with that. But no 23-year-old young lady is going to hang out with a 68-year-old auto mechanic. I mean, just accept it. understand these people are lonely, but there are ways to deal with it.
Right. It's sad.
It is sad.
Every day. Every single day.
Did you look up that Neil Hutchins for me?
I don't know. We don't have one. I just know that name from emailing us.
Okay.
In other words, let me look here.
Okay.
I know that name from, is it N-E-A-L?
N-E-I-L.
N-E-I-L. No, we don't have it here. See, I know that from my emails. Maybe he's just making a comment.
Maybe. Oh, maybe it's about when he got his refund check. Yeah, that's probably it. That we're talking about refunds and he got his check. I have to go call this person. I said I would try and get them.
Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, so, you know, Frank Duran might know somebody good for commercial. I don't know he does much, but commercial's a special animal to find what you need.
Yeah. Here we go. 92,000 square feet with 7 acres, 5.5 acres of fenced yard. That's rare in Denver.
MSRP on all. You ask Alexa to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Denver's talk station is available everywhere. Just download our free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net for drinking water at your fountain under $1,000 fully installed. Water filtration, triple filter, reverse osmosis. Waterpros.net, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Speaking of water, we have Plumbline Services with us for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. I want to talk about real quick warranties. We had a call about a warranty where something was warranted, but he had to pay labor. And I want to know, you say most warranties, Bob, will guarantee the part but not the labor.
A large majority of them, yes, and that's why we offer a parts and labor warranty because, again, you know, as long as the client's maintaining their system year after year, then we don't feel they should have to pay for anything.
Okay, so parts and labor. What about diagnosis? Like, what if you go there, seriously, and there's nothing wrong with it, but there's something else?
Right.
Is that a normal service call?
And we let the client know that we're going to assume this is under warranty. We're going to come out and take a look at it. And we don't charge a diagnosis fee for our clients that bought equipment from us. And so it doesn't cost anything to get us back out there. And then if it's something outside of what
they get a price up front.
Right, they get a price up front. And really the only reason that should happen is if a client's not maintaining their system. And that's what most people don't understand is that to keep your labor or your warranties in effect, you need to maintain that just like you do a car. You should have annual inspections, and this is for any manufacturer, whether it's Lennox, Carrier, Trane.
Technically, you're supposed to do that on a lot of things. People, on a lot of things in your home, you don't realize you're supposed to do that. You know, even carpets have a warranty that says you have to have them professionally cleaned once a year. Did you know that?
I don't doubt that, right.
Yeah.
Most
Okay, so anyway, Plumbline Services in the house. Let's go to the phones, and I want to talk about, well, is he not here right now? Doggone it. I wanted to talk to Lawrence about the scam and get the email. Oh, Kelly got the email addresses. Kelly, did you get the email addresses from Lawrence for me?
I do. He just sent it to me right now. I'm going to forward it to you as we speak.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So now I'm going to go to Larry about his car he's selling. Go ahead, Larry. What's going on?
Hey, Tom, I'm listening to you talk about all this wireless fraud and everything else. I have a truck for sale. I got a guy in Nebraska wanting to buy it, and he asked me, what's my bank account? Obviously, I'm not going to give it to him.
That's right, you're not. That's right. Okay. Well, okay.
I'm listening to you enough to know that's not going to happen. So
but
he
you
wants
can
to wire the money.
You can do this. Listen carefully. I recommend that people open a special account. Now, here's the problem. This is such a weird thing, but here's the only safe way to do that. In order to send wiring instructions, they have your routing number and they have your account number. Okay? Therefore, they can use those two things to get access to your account. Okay?
Exactly.
And they can do an ACH out of your account. But then how do you receive a wire if you want to? It's a little convoluted, but trust me when I tell you, it is the only way to protect yourself. Okay? Here it is. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Do you trust your wife to take this money?
I trust her.
Okay, hold on. Then that's easier. She opens up a separate account. Separate. Is she on the account with you that you're going to get the money? I mean, is she on your other account there?
Yes, she is.
Okay, then you can't do it because there's something. Here's what I was going to tell you. To make the story short, you open up a special account with no money in it. And you allow him to have your account number and your routing number to that account to wire in money. The wiring instructions for that empty account. But here's the problem. If you have two accounts at the bank and one of them is empty and he puts through an ACH, they will go into the account that does have money if one of your accounts is empty,
And that's called what? A cross-collateralization agreement. People don't know this, but when you have more than one account at a bank, you agree when you open those accounts to let the bank make whatever adjustments they need to between accounts in order to balance them. Did you know that, Bob? No, seriously.
I did not know that.
Okay,
no.
so if you have two accounts, a savings account and a checking account, and your checking account is overdrawn, you gave them permission to go into your savings account to make it even.
I did not know that.
Yes, you did. Now, here's how you get around that. The way you get around that is you get a brand new account and do not allow cross-collateralization between the two accounts. If your bank gives you the standard agreement, you can't do it. But if they do, then you can have two separate accounts, two of them separate. And when they're separate, then you can use the one with nothing in it or just a few bucks in it, like 25 or 50 bucks in it. You use that minimum account to receive wires. And that's the only way to protect yourself. That's it. That's it. No other way.
So let me ask you.
Or hold on, you can draft that person's account too, but that's really you have to know how to do that with an ACH. They give you their account number and routing number, and you draft the account.
Yeah.
Why not just have them send you a cashier's check?
Well, because cashier's checks can't be trusted. They can be phonied up. The only time cashier's checks are dangerous. They're no longer safe. The only time it's safe is if this guy flies here and you go to one of his branches here and present the check and then get another check from the bank, not from him, and then you deposit that. Larry, this world has gotten too complicated.
I know, and I'm listening to you going, I got to figure out a way to do this because I hear all these wire frauds and
your bank,
and everything else.
Your bank might have a suspension account that they can use to receive wires.
Perfect. Tom, I appreciate it. You got a great show, buddy.
Thank you, Larry. Another thing, you may be able to disable your account from all ACHs and then use it that way. But sure, I'm glad that you asked before giving out that information. You are wise to be skeptical. Now, let's give out some email addresses. Okay? Or no, wait, yeah, okay. Executive Communications at USAA dot. Kelly, did you not write that properly, .co or is it .com? Because both of them are correct. Which one is it? Is it .com or is it .co? And if he didn't give it to you, we need to verify that because he may have written it down wrong.
It's .co.
It is, for absolutely sure. Okay. USAA.co. Okay, so Executive Communications at USAA.co. What you're going to do is you're going to let them know you heard about this guy's case, Larry's case, Larry Mallon, M-A-L-I-N. You heard about Larry Mallon's case on my show. Give out my number, 303-MARTINO. Anyway, they admitted they screwed up. They did not stop a wire, a fraudulent wire. He ended up losing $40,000 and they won't give it back. They say unless they get it back from the other bank, they're not going to do anything. Now, one of the people handling the case is Miss Garcia. I want you to write down this number. Now, by the way, I'm not asking you to be vulgar. I'm asking you to give them an on-air, live, on-the-phone live review, saying, or an email review saying, listen, this is bad, this is wrong, and I'm telling everyone I know with a USAA account to drop and to pull out of this bank because of what you're doing with this case. This man, who is a veteran, a lifelong veteran, disabled, wife in a nursing home, is out $40,000 because USAA screwed up and they admit it, but they won't give the money back. $40,000. The email is executivecommunications@USAA.co. Miss Garcia, by the way, is the one handling the case, and I'm going to give you a phone number for Miss Garcia. 210-531-8722. Now, hold on. There's an extension. 210-531-8722, extension 62009. Okay? Now, I am going to put that up on my YouTube feed so you can see it under comments on the YouTube feed. More coming right up. And then I just want to urge you, do not be vulgar about this. I want people to really be thoughtful so we can get something done on this case. And I'm going to give out some other information coming up. So please hang on. More right after this.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling it, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard, it's the new way to home.
And one of the new ways to do retirement is become the banker. Here's how simple it is. You get a life insurance policy, and on purpose, you pay more than the premium, and the government says when you do that, you gain cash value, which grows tax-free. There's no secret. It's tax-free. What you do then is you purposely borrow from it and pay it back with exaggerated interest to let more money grow tax-free until you use it in retirement. To find out more, My Money, My Bank, MyMoneyMyWay.com, MyMoneyMyWay.com.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy.
Your kids?
No.
No, it's Mark and Suzanne.
That's
That's awesome.
That's a really nice picture.
Yeah.
We should put that up on our feed.
I'm sure it's up there. It's on Facebook.
That is really nice.
So my son got married 2 weeks ago. That's him and his wife.
Oh, wow. What a great picture.
She's a wonderful girl.
Oh, your son. Yeah, that's cool.
She
Beautiful.
was on 2 NCAA championship teams in rowing.
Really?
They won the national title. So my son is very athletic, and they do a lot of volleyball and softball and stuff together. So, and she's just a great gal. You know, you're just so happy that your son married somebody that you like.
Right.
And she's just awesome. And she wants a family, which is the most important thing. I told him.
How old are they?
He's 35, she's 33. I said,
They
if she's
better
not
get on
pregnant
it.
by Christmas, he's out of my will. I want grandkids before I'm too old to enjoy them. See, you have the same problem. You're going to be older when you have grandkids too.
If I even see them, yeah. I don't want to rush them.
Okay, Plumline. I called Plumline this morning to snake my drains out to my septic. They won't come out because it's been more than 2 years since I had my septic cleaned. What's up with that? Septic is visibly clean. First of all, how can it be visibly clean? Not full. Went to another competitor on a referral list. No problems. They're coming out this afternoon. Just curious. So you guys wouldn't go out for the drain to the septic because the septic hadn't been cleaned in 2 years.
Yeah, well.
Well, I mean, whatever policy is fine. I mean, but, you know, I mean, I get it.
Typically, we don't work on septics. And if that's, I mean, if it's full.
It wasn't a septic. It was they just want the line snaked. They do it preventatively. I don't even understand.
Okay.
I know what they're thinking. They're thinking if he's having a slow drain issue, it could be the septic. They don't want to get involved.
Right. Yeah, it could be full and backing up that way. And they just need it pumped.
He just says he does regular maintenance on that.
I am blissfully still Kelly-less.
Well, I might need to bring up calls. So is she going to be back?
Go. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to talk to Chris and find out what's going on with her Nissan Juke. I love those little Jukes. They look good. And so, Chris, what's going on? It's a 2014 Nissan Juke.
Yes, that's correct. And thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
So I bought my little car in 2014 new, and after 48,000 miles, the transmission failed. Luckily for me, it was under warranty still, so Nissan replaced it. And since then, I have driven the car for a total of 25,000 miles, and the transmission's failing again. And now they're telling me, first they told me to have to pay...
Is it out of warranty now? Is it out of warranty now?
It is.
But it was replaced...
The warranty on the second transmission was only for 12 months.
Okay, got it. Because, see, a lot of people think they should carry the original warranty, and they don't. Then it's possible you'd be in warranty all the time. But it does sound weird to me. So they replaced on a new Juke in 2014. The transmission was replaced once under warranty. When? I know you said 25,000 miles ago, but how long ago was that?
That was in 2019.
Okay, 2019. Okay, so the first transmission lasted 5 years. And how many miles were on it, did you say?
There was 48,000 miles on it.
Yeah, that's unusual. With 48,000 miles. And now transmission...
Now there's only a total of 72,000 miles on my car. So 25,000 miles I've driven it since that replacement, and it's failing again.
Yeah, I want to get
now
Jeff...
they want to charge...
How much?
They want to charge me $5,300. So I was told I told the dealer, I said, you know, transmissions should really last more than 25,000 miles. They told me, yeah, we agree with you, but our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. You should call Nissan Consumer Affairs, which I did. Took a long time back and forth, but they agreed to pay for 50% of it, which, okay, that's great, but I still don't feel like I should have to pay for any of it. It only lasted for 25,000 miles.
Yeah, but how do we know how it's been treated? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not blaming you, but are we warned? You know, I mean, listen, it is a 2004. I'm not making excuses, but the first one lasted 5 years and 48,000 miles. I think it should have lasted longer than that to begin with. Now you get a new one. Last another 25,000, but it also lasted 20, 21, 20. Yeah, man, I'm telling you that. Let's talk to Jeff Vick at Kimmer Transmission. I want to talk to him. I just want to get an idea as to the lifespan on these things, if they're good or bad, if he's heard about problems. So hang on, and let's get an expert opinion on here. That's a lot of money, man. $5,300? Holy crap. But they'll pay for half, right? Is that what you... Okay, good. Nissan will pay for half.
That's something. Let's find out. First of all, I want to find out if half of 5,300 is fair on the price itself. And then I don't know if I would trust him if they did it once and it failed. I mean, I don't know what you do about it. I really don't know what you do about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We had a question on snaking out a drain to a septic. This guy called around on the referral list. Bob Plumline told him, we don't mind snaking it, but we'd like to go to a septic system that's been pumped recently. So, or within the last 2 years. He said it's been longer than 2 years since they had pumped the system.
Yeah, and we just run into so many issues where we get out there to snake it and the tank is full. It needs to be the septic tank.
And
is
you guys
full.
don't pump those or work on them?
No,
or
we don't pump them or replace them or work on the septic systems themselves. We'll do the line up to the septic system, but
so the 93 are free on clogged drains or slow drains. 93 are free. You will do on a septic if the septic has been cleaned, or has been pumped recently.
Right, correct.
All right, because you don't want to get involved in the septic part of it. Okay, that's pretty clear.
Again, if the tank is full, no matter how many times you run that cable
But
back
what
and
if you
forth,
open? But he said this guy said he opened it and he can see it's not full. But see, I don't understand what that means. Can you shine a flash? I mean, do you know much about them? I think you can shine a flashlight and see if there's liquid. Obviously, you're not talking about liquid because when you talk about getting it pumped, you're not talking about the liquid. You're talking about the solids,
right, which are
down below, and they settle to the bottom. That's how
I don't know. I thought
the way a septic works.
I thought the solids in this case a lot would float to the top. So
the way a septic works is the liquids go out to a leach field, and that's a natural filtration and evaporation, and the solids drop to the bottom, and then the solids eventually fill up the tank, not the liquids. The liquids go out to the leach field. Now, if you have too many solids, you don't have enough room for liquids, and it'll start failing sometimes or backing up. In that case, you have someone come out to pump it, and the way they pump it is they actually loosen up the solids sometimes if they have to, or they just go down and they suck it all out. But they're actually pulling out more solids than liquid in a septic system because it's the solids that fill up. But in any case, we're talking a lot of crap here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're going to get Jeff Vick on, okay? Did you hear me, Kelly, to get him on? And let's have him comment on it. Yep. And then Josh has a question on transferring land. Josh, what's happening?
Hey, Tom. So
yes.
I got a family member that's going to transfer me some land, a small lot, worth about $28,000, and we're trying to figure out the best way to do it to avoid fees and taxes. It would basically be a gift.
All right, hold on. I'll tell you how to do that and some of the misunderstandings we have on gifts coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Leland Conway at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
For the most part, an easy drive throughout the Denver metro as we approach those noon hours. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. On the south end of town, Santa Fe northbound at Mineral Avenue, we've got delay of 6 minutes in stop-and-go traffic from West County Line Road due to an accident reported there. And heading to the opposite end of town near the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound slow traffic between Tower Road and I-70 with about 4 minutes of delays. No word of an accident. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with highs in the upper 80s, overnight low of 59 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
What does the political landscape look like heading into the midterm elections? We're going to ask Robert Kahali of the Trafalgar Group, who has a history of getting things right. Don't miss The Truth with Lisa Booth every Monday and Thursday and throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love Excel Roofing for how the company is run
And for the ownership, of course, I know Jay and his sons. I knew his sons from birth, and I've known Jay for 30 years. And Excel Roofing is a company you can trust, EXCEL as in excellent. And you can trust them to do a great job. They also have a repair division. They don't leave you hanging if they've done a roof. They can come out and repair leaks and look at your roof. They even clean gutters for those who are elderly, and they have a small charge for others. All you have to do is give them a call, and you'll know you'll get the best when it comes to roofing. Never, ever do they give you a blank contract to sign, and they fully disclose all terms and conditions and will never hold you to a contract if you change your mind. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com, 303-761-6400. Hey, do you want to get the liquid loan? Then give them a call. TheLiquidLoan.com. That's affordable interest mortgage. What is a liquid loan? It's a 30-year line of credit on your house that you get to choose how you want to pay the principal, when you want to pay the principal, or if you want to pay the principal. And if you're only keeping that home a few years, you shouldn't have to pay principal. Just pay your interest only and keep your payments low. If you change your mind and want to stay there longer, you make a lump sum on the principal. And then if you want to get it back, you borrow it back. It's totally liquid. You control the loan. If you pay a regular payment every month, you'll pay it off faster than a conventional loan, even with higher interest rates. The affordable interest mortgage loan is called TheLiquidLoan.com, 720-895-0500, 720-895-0500.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth.
What about no?
System.
Hey, Tom, just checking on something. Is that you drumming?
What's that?
Is that you drumming?
No, that's me typing. Sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. I didn't know. Well, it's crazy how it comes through as a real low end. You know, it sounds like a 63 Impala going by. You're rolling fat, dog.
So, yeah, we're probably going to have to put in a ticket on 5.
Ticket on 5.
Because, Shannon, you're the man.
Only when you're out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't actually make sense. You should say only when Adam's out of town. I'm the man.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Adam is out of town right now.
Oh.
Yeah. He basically bailed yesterday morning, and
We knew he couldn't compete with the U.S. Open.
Right.
Who's like more?
So he's going to his first corporate get-together to kind of thing at the corporate office of where he works now in Palo Alto. So they're staying at a Crown Plaza, which is not at all what you would call a 4-star, 5-star hotel. No, up in Palo Alto.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So take a guess at what the room rate is per night.
Somebody said, what's going on with Trump Space, and they talked about how
Crown Plaza.
How ugly he is, basically.
Palo Alto.
It's just insulting as hell. Just insulting.
$595.
And I say,
$595
and
a
I
night.
said, really, are you people so shallow that we're going to take pot shots at looks as
ridiculous.
If Biden or Pelosi or any other politician can help, can stand up under Saints roof? I'm tired of all
And
of
course,
fools, right?
I'm like,
They said it is
why even? And
him,
having worked at Dish and Sling for so long, you don't get to stay at $595 a night hotels. You stay at Holiday Inn Expresses for $250 or whatever.
Every platform in the world skews liberal. Every one of them. Incredible.
Talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have Plumbline Services with us, by the way, for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Let's go to Jeff Vick, who's with Kimmer Transmission. I want to ask him a question. So Chris has a Nissan Juke, a 2014. What kind of transmission does that have? Do you know?
Yeah, it's a CVT. It's the REF 10B.
Those suck, man. The CVT, every time we hear about these transmissions, it lasted 48,000 miles. What's your comment on that to begin with, that the transmission only lasted 48,000 miles?
Well, that's pretty low, but on the 10 series, it was more common to see those go down than the larger series, like in the 11s or whatnot. They commonly will wear out. There's a piston inside the pulley where the seal rides. It'll actually oblong that hole, and so it won't trap fluid properly in order to move the piston appropriately.
And that was 5 years and 48,000 miles, 5 years. So
Yeah,
it was
that's
replaced.
early, but I'm not surprised.
So it's replaced under warranty. And it failed again. And this time, it was replaced in 19. So now it failed in less than 3 years. And only, how many miles? 25,000 miles.
Yeah.
Why would that happen again? Is there anything, and I'm not saying this happened, but is there anything Chris, the owner, could have done to contribute to that?
Well, anything's possible, but typically it's not driver error. I mean, the CVTs, particularly the 10 series, they were known for their failures. 25,000 miles is definitely short. They do have a new and a reman program that they have for their CVTs through Nissan. And more likely than not, when they replaced it under warranty, she got a reman unit. And likelihood is that some of those same common problems were going into that transmission at that time.
God, that sucks. Okay, then they said it'll cost $5,300 to replace. They're going to pay 25%. They're going to pay 50% of that. So, I guess the question is the $5,300 exaggerated in order to get her?
No, that would be about right. That would be about right. So the unit itself, you're looking at about $2,800, not including labor, fluids, and programming. So once everything gets added up and tax gets put in there, because of course you got to pay the governor, that's right where she's probably going to be.
Okay, so I guess this is nothing you can say except guess, but what's to prevent this from happening again if she pays $2,500 toward it?
It would only be a guess for me to say it won't happen again. The Nissans are notorious for this. I have had customers who insisted on Nissan units. I had one that went down literally 13 months after installation, and Nissan's pretty hard-nosed about their warranty. They would do nothing for the guy.
Goodness, you're not giving us good news. This is Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. He does speak the truth, though. 303-693-1400. Chris, this is what you call luck of the draw when it comes to you bought a bad. He says they're notorious for bad transmissions. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do about it. They're going to pay 50%. You're going to have to grin and bear it, maybe sell it after that. I don't know what to tell you, Chris, because it is out of warranty, both the manufacturer's warranty for the car itself and then the warranty for the replacement transmission. Sucks.
Well, the hard thing is, even if I were to try to sell it, the word is out on these CVT transmissions. Everybody knows they're garbage, so I can't even get the value out of my car to,
Yeah, but you know what? You and millions of others, and it's not just Nissan with the CVT transmissions. They are crap. They are crap.
That's the advantage of being able to say that at least, you've got a new transmission inside this car when you go to sell it. So that takes a little bit of the fear away when you try to pass it on to the next consumer.
Chris, right. I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to do something to replace it. And even if you went to Jeff, you're not going to get the 50%
match with the manufacturer, and Jeff is saying that 53 or that 5,000 mark is about right. So again, is there anything we can do? I don't think so, because we don't have a legal leg to stand on. We have nothing to stand on. Both the car is out of warranty and the replacement transmission was only warranted for a year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, like I said, luck of the draw. It's a lesson for people. Now, Jeff, one thing I want to ask. The Nissan Juke has a CVT, but you said Nissans are notorious. Does it mean that there are worse CVTs than other CVTs, the Nissans?
Yes, and quite frankly, that Nissan unit's used in other lines of cars. Dodge uses it in the Caliber and whatnot. Probably the strongest CVT on the market that we see is in the Subarus. We seldom see them for anything more than valve bodies and torque converters.
Okay, so is the message to avoid CVT transmissions, or is that impossible in the marketplace?
If you're getting into the passenger car market, it's getting harder and harder to stay away from them. A lot of the manufacturers, most of the manufacturers, are moving toward them.
Now, is it accurate to say that electric cars do not have transmissions?
They don't. They pretty much just have a final drive or a differential. There's no need for a transmission. You can spin that starter as fast as you want.
Is that going to be, that's really where the future's going, isn't it?
No, it's a fad right now. It's not going to take over the market. It's definitely got its place in the market. They're neat vehicles. They're definitely got plenty of power. But currently, until they get some longer distance out of them, they get some more reliability and some of the costs on the maintenance and repairs, i.e., the batteries themselves. Some of these things could cost $25,000, $28,000 to replace the batteries in them.
Hey, Jeff, I have a general question for you. Would you advise people who are going to buy a new car to check and get the Consumer Reports Auto Edition? Is that a reliable source for picking up something like cars that have specific problems?
It doesn't hurt. If you're looking in the used car market, then there's a
No, I'm talking about buying a new car.
Well, one thing I've noticed, though, with Consumer Reports, nothing wrong with them. They will take complaints, but most of the time, people with complaints are the loudest. It doesn't necessarily, well, I guess it does tell you people with complaints, but it doesn't necessarily tell you the alternatives. It doesn't mean...
Particularly when they're dealing with, we're evaluating new cars. Well, it is brand new on the market. A lot of these bugs you don't see until 3, 4, 5 years down the pike, and that's when we start seeing what the issues were with these cars. So that report, yeah, it looks great. It's a showroom car. The car looks great in the showroom, too.
Right. All right, thank you. Now I got to go back to Josh, who I promised to talk to. Josh, you want to transfer land. Now, let me explain something to you. No gift is taxable at all, ever, period, okay? So therefore, you don't have to worry about tax. There is no income tax. There is no gain on gifts at all. I can give you $100,000 tomorrow, and you will not pay a dime of tax on it, okay? That's just...
Do I have to report it?
No, you don't have to report anything. It's a gift. You don't. It's yours. But now keep this in mind. Who's giving you the land?
My father.
If your father gives you land as a gift, it goes against his lifetime exemption, which doesn't affect 99.9% of the population. What I mean by that is this, and I argue even with accountants about this. One guy called me and said, my mom wants to give us this and this and this, and she can't give us more than $14,000 or $16,000 in a year. And I said, you're wrong. She can give you as much as she wants, up to $16 million or something. He didn't believe me. The point is this. We all have now a lifetime exemption. That changes by the year. I think the lifetime exemption might be $16 million right now. Unless your father gives away $16 million, he won't. The recipients don't pay, and he pays nothing. His estate pays nothing. You do not pay inheritance tax up to $16 million. Therefore, he can give away up to $16 million. If he gives away more than 16 in a year, it counts against his lifetime exemption. So on the day he gives you the land, If it's worth more than 16, let's say it's worth 32, right? Now, based on what I just told you, you get a $16,000 exemption per gift for your lifetime exemption. Therefore, if he gave you land worth 32 on the day he gave it to you, he gets to subtract 16, the exemption, and then 16,000 goes against his lifetime limit of 60. What?
You're saying 1,000 million.
16,000 in a year. If he gives you $32,000 worth of land, 16,000 of that goes against his lifetime exemption. Now, the long and short of it is this, Josh. There's no tax on either of you, okay? But the form of ownership means something. If there's no loan on this, and he quit claims it to you, that's fine. You'll own the land, right? Now, here's the problem with a quit claim. Some banks don't like quit claims if you ever wanted to take a loan on it or build a house on it. Okay, then he can just gift it to you with a general warranty deed, and you should probably pay for title insurance, or someday you might need title insurance if you go to build on it, but he can just gift it to you. There's no ramifications whatsoever. He can gift it to you in a general warranty deed. It would behoove you to pay a title company and go to a title company and have them transfer it from him to you for $1 or as a gift. Most people do $1. Now, when you go to sell it, your basis in that land is 0, okay?
Okay.
Remember that. So you're going to have gain. So if you build a house on it, it affects the basis of your house. You can't claim $30,000 as your basis in that land. Right. Your basis, you didn't pay for it. Okay? If your dad gave you it in a will or an estate, you would get the day of death valuation as your basis. Do you understand the difference?
Yes.
But that's only when you sell it. And it just lessens the basis of your home you're going to build. It's not a big deal. It isn't. So it's easy. Have them warranty deed it to you and build on it. But it's a general warranty deed is the strongest form of ownership. And Brad O'Brien can weigh in on that as well, as far as when we get him on for another problem. Because I think you did get, Kelly, you got my message, right, on getting Brad on for that other.
I will do that right now.
Well, yeah, let's get him on probably after the top of the hour here. And I want to get him on with that other problem we have in New York, that real estate problem. All right, 303-713-8255. More coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Mostly easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we approach those noon hours. Heading into downtown, I-25 southbound, we have some slight congestion between 38th and Spear Boulevard. Nothing out of the ordinary there. On the south end of town, Santa Fe northbound at Mineral Avenue, we've got an accident with stop-and-go traffic from West County Line Road. No word on lane blockage. And heading all the way up towards the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, we're looking at slow traffic between Tower and I-70. No word of an accident. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with highs in the high 80s, overnight low of 59 degrees. The current temperature in Denver, 78. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Samuel Colt was an American inventor, industrialist, and businessman who brought us the gun that won the West, the revolver. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're looking for floors, I recommend simplyfloorsinc.com. That's INC for incorporated, simplyfloorsinc.com. They have a showroom at 52nd and Ward, southwest corner, but you don't have to go there. If you go to simplyfloorsinc.com, you can make your own appointment, and you'll get a design consultant to your home to help you not only select the best floor for your needs, but through the entire project. And They have better installers as well, better financing, and you save money up to 40% over the big box stores. That's how Buddy and Karen Mitchell do business. Savings for you. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Reverse loans. What are they? They are on the equity of your home. Some people get them just to get rid of a mortgage payment because you don't make payments on a reverse loan. They accrue against the equity. Yes, if you want to leave your equity to someone, it will substantially reduce your equity. But what do you care if you're going to live on the money as an emergency line of credit, extra payment, or maybe just getting out of house payments? Empower Reverse can answer all of your questions. Mark Massey, Empower, that's E-M-P-O-W-E-R, EmpowerReverse.com, has a helpline to answer your questions, 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719. You've heard me talk about Become the Banker. It's a simple strategy. You purposely pay more than a premium on your life insurance, purposely, because the extra money goes to cash value and the government allows it to grow tax-free. If you follow the system, it will remain tax-free. It grows tax-free, and you can borrow from yourself that tax-free money and pay it back with exaggerated interest to get more tax-free money. You got to find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org. It's a retirement plan. It's a credit card plan of your own. BecomeTheBanker.org.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such...
Are you doing the first hour all week?
First two, probably, yes, sir. Oh, wait,
All right.
wait, except for Wednesday, I got to run up to Boulder and do something with football coach. Oh, wait a minute. And then on Friday, well, no, I'll be with you Friday, even though I full-blown get to watch balls flying. That's our first CU game, Friday. I'm excited. This year, our first road trip is all the way to Colorado Springs, which is fine.
Air Force Academy?
I might just sleep in the Cracker Barrel parking lot across from the academy that day.
No.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Saving money right there.
Cracker Barrel is the bomb.
Oh. Only the last time I was out one, they had no grits.
What?
Don't come at me with supply chain issues and say no grits at Cracker Barrel. I will flat go Mayberry on it.
Yeah.
I got a bullet right here in my shirt and I'm going to use it.
Recreational, and there was no point. But I did it. Everybody that I saw, I did a history and physical on. So if the board ever went through my records on any patient, I had a form I filled out with the history and physical, why they needed, and a lot of times
Yeah.
they didn't give them
Bridal Grind is not available until 1:15 today.
Perfect.
Okay, that's when we want to take them then.
So I just left a message for Christina.
Okay, good.
And so hopefully we'll be able to get her on at that time.
That's when you get a medical
All right.
marijuana card. You say that.
And we still have no
chronic
Wi-Fi.
Blah blah blah. So I said, look, I said.
Golly. Hey, listen, how is this studio? Are we going to call it tomorrow, or are we going to have it?
So, I mean, access to the fourth floor opened up today.
Oh, they're on it?
But it's still pretty messed up.
All right, then I'm not going to do it. We're going to have to let Joe know.
So if I were you, I would still stay remote because it's still kind of strong, the stench.
Okay.
Was that what that is?
Yeah. Maybe it's just you. Your perfume.
Yeah. I thought you were wearing Ode to Montclair by DuPont.
Yeah.
I just want
terrible.
my Wi-Fi back.
Well, it's not terrible. It's just that the noise is terrible.
You're a handful.
I know.
Poor Adam.
I know. He loves me, though.
Oh, you drink.
He doesn't drink as much as he should.
Our radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Garage Magic for your beautiful garage floors, garagemagic.com. All employees, no subs, lifetime warranty, Garage Magic. And they can do your pool decks, your patios, your walkways, 720-600-HOME. 720-600-HOME. Okay, so Bob Logan is with us from Plumline Services. We also have Robert who wants to talk about sewer backups. These guys, Plumline has their own drain division, by the way, and that, man, that is so good to have because you're not dealing with third parties. Robert, we're going to take your question on this. I know you called last time, but what I want to know very quickly, has it been resolved or not, Robert? Just tell me that part.
If what?
Has it been resolved?
Oh, no. They, the city of Federal Heights sent
I guess it hasn't been. Hold on. We'll be back with more. Hang on.
If your roof was damaged on Facebook, you know what, ketamine is a very strong.
Oh yeah, it is. What about it?
Oh my God.
They're advertising ketamine.
Oh my God.
On Facebook. At-home ketamine therapy.
It's
crazy. How to overdose and kill yourself without trying.
At least I'm not throwing shit at you like I do with Ryan. You know.
That was good.
Well, hello.
Oh my God, it's B-Large.
So Casey sent a text about the shirt, but where's her dead? I couldn't. Oh, dead. You're on board. Right. Is she in the pit or does she have an office? No, she has an office. She's right next to KO. Who? So the first set of offices as you come in, Kristen, Oregon is right there.
Next to Mike Doyle.
Next to Mike Doyle.
Yeah, next to Mike Doyle.
Thank you.
Do.
ABC News, I'm Jacob Ryan. It's like today's liftoff of the Artemis mission. We typically step off and say, look, we'll cover it. You know, whether you get maintenance from us or somebody else, you got to get maintenance. And when we go in there and the coil's just full of dog hair and they haven't changed the filter in months, or they don't have a filter in there at all. I think it's now time for the International Energy Organization to get in there and take over, quite frankly. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Nick Mulgrew. Fatal shootings over the weekend in Chicago, Bend, Oregon, Phoenix, and Fort Worth, Texas. A team of Justice Department investigators identified a limited set of materials found at Mar-a-Lago which could contain attorney-client privileged information. This is ABC News. Pakistan is calling for international help after devastating...
Pakistan.
Monsoon season has been deadly. Southern Spain province.
spare time metrics firm.
Right.
You know, I've been looking at my retirement plans for RP Center. They're good people. But here's the question I have. They talk about annuity stock, right? Annuities.
Yeah.
Like transferring qualified plans to an annuity. Is that what you did? Did you transfer off some from a qualified plan?
I don't remember whether it was.
See, that makes sense because then you don't pay tax.
Adjustable mattress sets. Plus, you'll even get a $300 instant gift, good towards sleep accessories.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling it, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard. It's the new way to home.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
I'll break down how Joe Biden's massive transference of debt from the people who signed up for it to people who did not is highly illegal and will likely never take effect. And a school district that wants to bring back paddling, how does that hit you? Join me at 4.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
It's okay, Tom Martino here. I'm sorry, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're talking in the background and getting silly and not realizing I was on. Okay, so let's go to the phones. What do you say? I got Bob Logan with us from Plumline Services, by the way, and we had a question about drains, having your own drain division. Bob, when I talk about Plumline having its own drain division, somebody texted the show. By the way, anybody can text the show at 57739. They want to know what is the, like when people don't have their own drain division, what do they do? I mean, I guess we ought to mention that. What do they do?
Well, typically they just have a drain cleaning department, and that's all they'll do. And then if you have
a replacement,
a replacement, either a repair in your yard or the street, or maybe you need to replace your entire pipe, your sewer line, then they'll sub that work out.
Right.
And we have 6 of our own crews in-house that do both inside and outside repairs. We have all
the
our own
backhoes,
dump trucks, all the equipment, pipe bursting equipment. So we do it all in-house.
Okay. And what percentage now are going with what's called pipe bursting, where you don't have to dig up the entire yard?
Yeah, a large percentage of our clients are doing that, and that's what's great about that technology. And it's actually not new anymore. It's been around for a little while.
So is it less expensive or just less hassle?
Both. So it's less expensive because we have to excavate more, or less, I'm sorry, with pipe bursting. So typically we'll, let's just say we're replacing your entire line, right? We'll dig a spot by the house, and then either one at the end of the yard or in the street, depending on how far we're going. And then we can run a pipe from those two holes rather than trenching the entire yard. So it's less labor for us, less expensive for us to do. It saves you money, and then it also saves a lot of your landscaping, so you don't have to redo all your landscaping.
So it's called pipe bursting?
Pipe bursting, yes.
Because it bursts the old pipe and lays a new one, right?
Exactly. It goes right through the old line. It breaks away the old pipe and pulls a brand new plastic line right through it.
All right. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. Or you can call 303-MARTINO, and you do that 24/7 around the clock, and then we'll get you back on the air. Now, Robert, he called in earlier. Robert, I tried to find your call, and I couldn't find it. So just recap your original problem, Robert.
Well, in was my other neighbor who actually called.
Okay, what's his name? I'll look it up. What's his name?
His name was Don.
Okay, I'll look it up. Go ahead. So what's happening?
Yeah, it was Don. Well, at any rate, he called, and we were waiting for Scott to come out last week, and he never did. So I was calling you, and plus since then the development has been. At first,
well, why don't you explain the original problem, sir? Let's talk about the original problem.
Okay, on August 7th, after 7 p.m., over here at Northmore in Federal Heights, the city water had a sewer backup, and it backed up into 10 different houses at the same time.
And hold on, and they actually acknowledge it. What the city actually acknowledges it was their problem, right?
Yeah. They said that. Well, they said that it came from too much rain in their sewer system, what caused the backup, and that's why 10 houses in our neighborhood, immediate neighborhood, backed up. And I told them there's a state code that they're not supposed to have the drainage water cross with sewage water at any point in their sewage system. And that's the problem. That's what happened. That's why it flooded. It was that day we got the big rain.
I don't know of any code in the world that says that. I know you can't have black water going into into fresh water, but you can have fresh drain water going into the sewer. I don't know anything of what you're talking about, some law that prevents them from doing that.
Oh, no, it was a state code that they're supposed to not do that.
No, the state code says they can't take sewage water and put it in clean drain water, not the other way around.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh.
Well, yeah, they don't want to contaminate fresh water. You can't drain sewer water.
Uh-huh. So at any rate, the city turned it over to their insurance company, a bunch of our houses, and because they know it was they know that it was their sewage that backed up, but it wasn't due to negligence on their part. They said it was due to the rain. But
okay, see, I know why they're doing this. There's something called government immunity, okay? And what they're hanging their hat on is government immunity. What they're saying is because they did nothing negligent, they're not required to pay any damages because they can show that they had regular cleanouts and regular maintenance, and no one could have been prepared for the excess flooding. I know exactly what they're saying. You're trying to make the case for negligence. It doesn't matter what our opinions are. The law is the law as far as governmental immunity. No government is taking responsibility for their roads, their sewers, or any other part of their system unless they do something that's egregious. The problem here... The problem is trying to show they were egregious, meaning negligent beyond recognition. They should have fixed this thing. This was ridiculous. Sewer backups happen regularly, and they should have known it. But I think, according to you and your neighbor, Don, that it's not happened before.
No, it hasn't.
So how do you make an argument that it is negligence?
I just know that my thought was that the city's main sewer is what backed up. I know it was due to the rain, but it wasn't our fault, at our houses.
Of course, absolutely not your fault. And I get what you're saying. You're saying it's not our fault. But it's not the city's fault either. That's what I'm trying to get at. I know what you're doing. You're trying to hang your hat on this law, this so-called law, that you're saying they broke the law. If someone breaks the law and it causes harm, it's called negligence per se or something like that, meaning that they don't have to prove anything except they broke the law. There is no law that was broken. You're saying that the stormwater should not be put into the drain. As far as I don't even know where else does stormwater go. I mean,
Well, they have their own drainage system for the stormwater and the sewer. What happened is somewhere down the road, they said, somewhere down the line, it crossed paths with the drainage water.
Yeah, but what did it happen because of negligence?
No, it happened because of the rain.
Okay. basically,
my thought.
It does say this. I did verify this. Right, you're right that they're separate. They're separate, and in fact, it's illegal to let sewage go into the storm water drain. But the storm water, it's not illegal, but they're separate systems. There's two separate systems. But the thing is, what you need to do, you and your neighbors. What you need to do is prove that where they crossed over, the city was negligent in not maintaining that. Because they do not send melted snow, rainfall, and drainage into the sanitary sewer system for that reason. They don't want to overwhelm it. So where did they get, where did it happen? They're not going to volunteer this. Where did it happen? Well, not okay. I'm asking, I'm trying to help you come up with an argument.
Yeah, that's what I got to do,
Here's what you do, Robert. Ask the city. Since they've, it's the sewer district, right?
It's the city that maintains it.
Okay. Ask the city, how do they know it was due to stormwater? Ask them that.
Okay.
Okay, now they're going to tell you because, and ask them this, if the stormwater is separate from sewage, how did the excess stormwater cause the sewage to back up? Did it cause sewer to back up, or was it stormwater that backed up? Well, I'm asking, Robert.
It was sewage water.
Okay.
Sewage water.
Okay. So thank you for calling. I'm going to put you on hold. Bob Logan, how does stormwater intermingle with the sewer to cause a sewer backup? I mean, it shouldn't, right?
Tom, you're asking something.
Okay,
that I'm not
but they're they're two separate systems. Here's what I want to know: how did that happen? I'm asking a listener. I'm asking anyone. Because I think if Robert...
I'll see if I can get one of our experts on the phone.
Yeah, okay, if you can. If Robert could show, and Don, that the city knew there was a problem and ignored it, that's what you have to do when it comes to suing a municipality. You have to show they knew about it and ignored it.
Did you say something about the city's insurance company? We never followed up on that. He said
and the insurance company wouldn't cover it because it wasn't negligent. They said it was stormwater. It wasn't their fault. Yeah, that's the part. They said they turned down the claims. So we can examine that and more coming up. 303-713-8255.
This is Dan Kaplis. The decision about which firm to hire in a serious injury case is often one of the most important decisions a person will make in their life. We suggest that you choose a firm that shares your values. Those values, including faith, honesty, hard work, love of country, have been the foundation of our firm's long history of outstanding results. We take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com.
And if you want advice on your estate, one guy just called and said, my dad wants to give me land. Will I have to pay tax on that as an inheritance? You can ask those questions at BlakeHarrisLaw.com. Call him at 833-ASK-BLAKE. Blake Harris will answer the questions free of charge and then quote you flat rates for whatever you need done. He's our estate planning expert, and you can call him anytime at 833-ASK-BLAKE. David Ellis Jewelry will allow you to sell jewelry of all kinds to him in precious stones. He's in the Cherry Creek area, 3rd and Clayton. David Ellis Jewelry sells, of course, what he buys. So if you're looking for a gift, it's a great place to go. But let's say you have some estate jewelry or antique jewelry, precious stones you want to sell. You can do that. And he'll give you a pretty good price. Now, let's say you have junk jewelry. It has precious metal, but it's tangled or mismatched earrings, broken, maybe inoperative watches. He'll buy those too. He'll weigh it and pay it. Whatever it is, you can trust David Ellis Jewelry. 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779. 322-8779. You can also trust simplyfloorsinc.com. That's INC, Simply Floors Inc. They really operate in a very simple way. They come to your home with the design selections you're interested in, with a design consultant to consult you free of charge on where you want to put the floor and what your best options are. You also get better installers, better financing, better selection, and even better pricing, all at simplyfloorsinc.com. They're at 52nd and Ward Southwest Corner, but you don't have to go there. You can make your own appointment at Simply Floors Inc. That's INC, simplyfloorsinc.com.
That's what I thought. My plumbing managers are saying the stormwater and sanitary sewers are all completely separate systems, and that should never happen.
upcoming election to make them union members. I'm Frank Arity.
Are you looking to turn a small bet into a big payday? Well, with DraftKings Sportsbook's same-game parlays, you can pocket more cash when you combine multiple bets from one game. Download the app, sign up with code SPORTS, and get a special offer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your life.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices.
Hello, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you're looking for beautiful garage floors, GarageMagic.com. They'll get it for you, Garage Magic. I really think it's the finishing touch on all homes. Garage Magic, 720-600-HOME, whether it be your walkways, your patios, your pool decks, or your garages, also commercial buildings, impervious to weather and oil and gas, 720-600-HOME, GarageMagic.com. So let's talk to Warren about the Nissan Sentra. Warren, what's happening with you?
Like Hi, out. I don't know if there's some in the back or.
What's going on, Warren?
Hey, how you doing, Tom?
What's going on, man?
My car, 2017 Nissan Sentra.
Yeah.
And I bought it from John Elway on Arapahoe. I'm 3 years into it, but I'm at 98,000 miles.
Yeah, you bought it. You bought it used. You bought it used.
I bought it used.
Okay.
Geez, barely any miles, maybe 10,000 miles. Well, less than 10,000 miles on it.
When you bought it, there was less than 10.
Now.
Hold on.
Right.
But when you bought it, was less than 10,000 miles.
Right. I'm going to guess around that. Yeah, it was pretty low miles. So.
Okay. And so you did that how long ago?
4 years ago, roughly.
Okay. Got it. So what's going on with it?
This same problem the lady had before, the CVT transmission.
Oh, man. You know what? You're a victim of a poor design. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean,
yeah, I don't know what I can do.
Tell me what's going on.
Well, every time you go to a low gear, like taking off from a stop sign, it slips really bad.
Okay, you got 98,000. Hold on. If you got 98,000 miles on this Nissan CVT, then you've beaten the system.
Yeah, I know. I babied that thing for 2 years. I've been babying it because I know how to drive it. When it starts slipping, you just ease off the gas and.
So what are you calling about? Do you think, are you trying to get it covered?
Because, no, I know I'm out of warranty on it. I don't know if I should just try to trade it in or should I fix it and try to trade it in? I don't know what to do.
Okay.
I still owe money on it. That's the problem.
How much you owe on it?
7 year. I think 10, maybe 12,000.
What's the damn book value on it?
I don't know. I think I paid 21. I mean, I bought it with poor credit. I don't have.
Yeah, you're buried in the car, bro. You're buried.
I'm buried. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just kind of screwed, huh?
When you're buried in a car, basically, what you need to do, and this is the unfortunate part, what you need to do is find some very low interest financing or 0%. And try to work in, I mean, you're not going to find 0% now from a manufacturer, but if you did, you would try to work in a negative equity on that car. But there are no incentives right now. I think if you have 98,000 miles on it, that transmission is going to cost $5,000. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
You may want to do you have enough to get it fixed?
No, not right now. I mean, I have more vehicles, so it's not like I'm going to be out of a car.
But Warren, here's the problem. If you don't fix it and you talk about trading it, it doesn't do you any good. Because all they're doing is taking what you owe on that car plus the transmission and putting it into a new loan. I mean, in other words, it just gets added to it's a snowball effect. You're never going to get out from under it. If truly you have other cars, yeah, he didn't want to hear that. Okay, you know,
that may have been accidental.
Yeah, it's just too bad. When you're buried in a car, the best thing to do, truly, is to try to keep the car. Just really try to keep it. Try to fix the transmission and keep it. And it's part of the penalty. You got to keep it and work your way out of it by paying it off. You see, you don't get out of it by adding negative equity to the next car. You know, I once did a story on how cars can be the first thing that lead to financial ruination or credit ruination. And here's how it works. And I'm going to give you a true story coming up. A true story on a kid who had a car and how it ruined his life. Okay? So we'll talk about that. And it's just amazing. It could have all stopped and I told him what to do, but it ruined his life. 303-713-8255. If you have any problems, give us a call. We have one coming up on real estate. It was a loan agreement that had to do with a holdback. What is a holdback on a loan agreement? It means they don't loan you the entire amount. They hold back a certain amount until you satisfy conditions. But what happens if you satisfy those conditions and the bank won't unleash that money? That's a problem. In fact, banks, I would say, look for reasons to keep money. You see, I don't like insurance companies. Number one, I don't like insurance companies. They are predicated on hurting people. They literally are formed to hurt people, not to help, to pay less claims than they really need to, and to fight people's claims. That's their entire existence for stockholders. Banks are not much better. Their goal is to get as much money as they can from you for as little as possible, and then charge as much as possible if you need money. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Good news, it's a mostly easy commute throughout the Denver metro and surrounding areas as we hit the early afternoon. I-25 southbound looks like we've got some congestion between I-70 and Spear. Nothing out of the ordinary for this time of day. Northbound roads faring better. We're seeing posted speeds from one end of town to the other. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the airport to the Denver area and back again. And up on the north end of town, US 36 east and westbound free and clear for our friends in Westminster. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with highs in the upper 80s, overnight low of 59 degrees. The current temperature in Denver, 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The hottest summer deals are at Mattress Firm. Shop the best sale of the year and save up to $700 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. Plus, you'll even get a $300 instant gift, good towards sleep accessories.
Hey, listen, we were just talking about insurance companies, and there's something I want to tell you. Insurance companies are never going to treat you fairly. So if you have a problem, you're a fire, a flood, if you have mold, black mold, asbestos, whatever you have, contamination, and you call your insurance company, no, they're not going to treat you fairly. They're going to try to get out for as little as possible. And that's why you need a good restoration company. Don't let them pick your restoration company. You pick it. And even if they're paying for it, they only pay once and then you're stuck with a mess. So pick the great company like American Restoration 24/7, 8337 AMREST. They can take care of your loss. They can restore your property. They can mitigate damage and help you rebuild. 8337 AMREST or American Restoration 24/7 online is AmRest247.com. Ideal Home Loans is making you a cash buyer. Listen, they're still here and going strong when really, listen to this, the other mortgage companies who have been advertising out the nose, they've all dried up. Why is that? Because the high-priced celebrities and all of that do you no good when interest rates go up. But Ideal Home Loans knows you still need loans. Life is not standing still. You have to buy homes. You might want to refi some high-interest debt. Ideal Home Loans is still here with you. In fact, they'll give you a free second opinion on any loan you started with someone else. They're here and they're local. They were organized for Colorado in Colorado. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Let's talk about retirement. I was telling these guys how I have Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies helping me with my retirement plan. They can help you too. What they look to is to take your assets and turn them into long-term income. They also look to reduce your expenses. They also look at health care. They also look at insurance and investments. Whatever you need in retirement, they're there to coordinate. You know, we all have maybe retirement elements, but not a plan. A plan is how to work those elements in for your benefit. They save you money, they extend your money, and they will meet with you anytime you need, and they come to you. rpcenter.com, a family-owned and operated business, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211.
You wash your
So if doctors are nice, they'll call the medical director for the patient, and usually it'll get done. Because then you're having a doctor make a decision, not the people who just are insurance agents.
Right. You're right.
I've done that so many times, and when you speak doctor to doctor, they understand the issue and they'll approve it.
Well,
as long as you're being honest about what you need.
I've had cases where, in the past, listen to this, a woman had a tumor on the brain they wouldn't cover. And why is that? Because years before that, she was treated for thrombosis in her leg, blood clot, and they said she didn't disclose it. And how do they make that connection?
Right.
They just turned her the fuck down because they found an exception. And here's the deal, there was no connection.
Of course not. Like I said,
I know that.
If the treating physician had called the medical director, he would have approved it.
And you're talking about PPOs and shit. I'm not talking about...
I'm talking about anybody.
Okay. And then with property...
Call up any medical director and say, look...
With property, it's fucking...
Well, property, I don't know anything about.
So, I have tape, when I was doing my research on research, of a State Farm meeting, where the CEO said, our responsibility is not to our insured. It's to our policy. It's to our stockholders.
Right.
And their entire budgets are predicated on taking claims and reducing them.
I agree totally.
And okay, sure you don't want to pay fraudulent claims, but these assholes will call everyone fraudulent.
Right. They will. You're guilty until proven innocent.
And I just don't like their model. Their model is to fuck people.
Yes, I agree totally.
And I don't like that model. I mean, it's okay if you charge premium.
Open positions are now available across our organization for top talent seeking to develop transformational technology and push the edges of discovery. Visit rtx.com/risjobs.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So how does a car ruin your life? I'm going to tell you. There was this young kid, his name was Zach, and he bought a car. When he learned to drive, he could only buy a POS. And that's a piece of garbage. Anyway, so he overpaid for it, but he wanted to look cool. I think it was a Camaro. So his desire got him a Camaro. He put money down and had payments and overpaid. Now, he had good credit, so they would give him a loan even more than that car was worth. Now, instead of keeping that car, the car had problems, big problems, and he didn't have money to get it fixed, so all he could do is trade it in, and any car dealer was happy to over-allow on that, meaning they just took the money that he owed on that car and put it into the next loan, and he got another car. Maybe a Charger. You know, he's into muscle cars. Again, he got ripped off, but he had good credit, just starting out. So they were able to get him a car, and he had a high payment, but he could afford it. So he extended the term a little. Instead of 3 years, it was 5 years. Happened again. So now he had to go 7 years out. And the loan was outrageous, but he had to get into another car. He decides, well, this car sucks. I'm way buried in this car. So he had a lot of money that he earned, he saved up, and put it down on a Corvette that he wanted. And the negative equity from his current car went into that Corvette. So now he had an old, used Corvette, high mileage, and he owed about $30,000 on it. He was buried in that car and could not get the negative equity into any other car. He was forced to keep the Corvette, yet the Corvette was breaking down. So the car was eventually repossessed, ruined his credit. Because he had poor credit, he paid more for insurance. He couldn't buy another car. He lost his job, and his life went downhill. He got evicted. Now think about this. Desire does it, also buying the wrong car at the right car at the wrong time, or the wrong car at the right time, or the wrong car at the wrong time. What I'm getting at is he ruined his life. And what kids should do if they want a car, people think buying a piece of crap is the way to go. It's not. It's not. It absolutely, positively is not. You should not buy a clunker ever. I will show you where buying a car. Now, you hear about these gems. And if you can buy a gem, truly buy a gem, and be a few grand into it, that would be good, but you can't. Those days are gone. So if you can find a gem, that's one thing. Your grandfather, your uncle, a friend, a family friend, you know, that does happen. I've known somebody who bought an R-Class Mercedes from a family friend and had equity the day she bought it.
Remember a couple of weeks ago we had a lady had only 7,000 miles on like a 2015 car?
Yeah.
Occasionally it happens.
But here's the reality. Rather than taking $5 grand or $6 grand you saved and putting it on a piece of crap, you should go and buy a brand new car. If your credit is new, you can do it. If you build up credit or get a cosigner, you'd be better off helping your kids get a car, brand new, with a low payment and a lot of money down, or at least the money down you would put on a piece of crap, and have a warranty and take care of the car. And do not allow yourself to trade it in or to get rid of it before it is paid for, and keeping it until after it's paid for. Then you beat the system. Now you've built credit, you have transportation, you have a real car, you have a warranty, and it's not going to ruin your life. I had a mom call me one time who wanted to put, I think, 6 or 7 down on a car and finance a few grand. The car was a piece of crap, and I told her, put that down on a Hyundai. At the time, could have bought a brand new Hyundai for 19 grand. Her payment would have been $139 or $149 a month. Think about this. Instead, she bought a piece of crap. Put that money down on a piece of crap. Bought an extended warranty, paid even more than she had to, The extended warranty covered nothing. The cost of repairs and the cost of money down and the cost of interest cost her more per month, amortized over 5 years, than a brand new car. So she, if you took all the costs and divided it by 60 months, she paid more for that piece of crap, which was still a piece of crap at the end of 5 years. More of a piece of crap, but she paid more for that monthly than a brand new car. In fact, twice as much. If you don't do the math and you don't now times are a little weird. Interest rates are climbing up and cars are expensive. But I would still argue that interest rates are up on used cars and used car prices are up. I'll still argue that buying your kid or a young person a new car is better. Absolutely better over the long run. Absolutely, positively. Buying cash doesn't always work if you buy a piece of crap. Sorry, just doesn't work. Now, you got to be responsible. You got to build credit, respect credit, make your payments, and all of that. Of course, all of this. Have it properly insured, but you will beat the system. 303-713-TALK. Bob, you want to do a buy one, get one. Let's talk about how that works. Right now, we're getting toward the end of air conditioning season, but not quite. Don't people use air conditioning through October even sometimes?
I do. I use it year-round.
Yeah, on
I love
hot
my
days,
air conditioner.
right. So, but there are people with older systems. And by the way, when should you buy both the AC and the furnace? Like, what is the differential acceptable? I mean, or should you always replace them together? And I'm serious.
I think it's always better to replace them together. One, you're working with one company that can maintain it. They've installed the system together, so they can't be pointing the fingers as to, well, that person.
Now, obviously, if you bought a house that has a new AC and your furnace starts going, that doesn't mean you have to replace the AC. But I would say you never want more than a 5-year differential, would you say?
Yeah, for sure. And again, as long as it's maintained, they should last about the same time. It's a little bit different, like when you look at the southern markets like Phoenix or Florida, where they're running their air conditioning nonstop all the time, and those wear out much faster than a furnace. In the Colorado market, they typically wear out about the same time. So, we say 10 to 12 years, you're getting to the end of its lifetime. If they're well maintained, you might get 15 or 20 years. But even then, the systems are so much more efficient. They're safer,
all right, so
they're more quiet,
you're gonna,
and they communicate together.
Right now,
the indoor and outdoor units communicate together, especially with the Wi-Fi functionality and the communication functionality.
So if they buy if they buy a new AC right now, you're going to throw in
a matching furnace, a free furnace based on the system.
And so they will not pay for that furnace.
Correct. Now we're going to ask that you cover the labor part of it, but the furnace is absolutely free. And so if you buy a budget system, you'll get a budget furnace free. If you buy a high-end, high-efficiency system, you'll get
and you'll show them right where that
free.
you're not adding to one,
we're not adding
away
to
from
one, taking away from another. We don't play those games. I mean, we've been in business now for 23 years. We install more systems than anybody in Colorado. And we also, again, the 10-year parts and labor warranty. On some of them have a lifetime parts and labor warranty. Nobody else in Colorado does that.
All right.
So that's on the replacement. And then if you haven't had your system tuned up and you're thinking, well, it's towards the end of the summer, well, you should get that done anyway on the air conditioner. And heating season is right around the corner. So normally it's $79 for the furnace or $79 for the air conditioner. But if you're a Tom Martino listener, call our office.
Do both.
And we'll do both for $79. So you get a
plus free equipment for the furnace if you get an AC system. And they'll show you right where you're getting free equipment. So if you had a high-end furnace that you're getting free, you're paying the labor, but you're getting the furnace free, what would that be worth retail, normal retail?
That could be over $2,000 easily.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
So that's.
I mean, when you have if you had just a furnace put in for equipment, some of the high-end furnaces with labor would be more, but wouldn't the furnace itself be around 3 or 4? I thought they would.
It could on the high-end stuff, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, so 303-586-1086. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Get your calls in. We have plenty of time for more calls right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
For the most part, a calm drive throughout the Denver Metro this afternoon with one or two sore spots. Heading into downtown I-25 southbound, we're seeing a couple pockets of congestion between I-70 and Spear. Down near the Aurora area, I-225 southbound approaching Parker Road, we have some unusual slowdowns. No word of an accident, but of course we will keep you updated. And on the south end of town, Santa Fe southbound before Hampton Avenue, a crash with two right lanes blocked with congestion around the scene. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, dry and mostly sunny today with a high of 87 degrees, overnight low of 59. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This Labor Day at Lowe's, buy one, get one 50% off. Select Sherwin-Williams paints and cabin exterior stains via rebate. Plus, Stainmasters wear and dent-resistant laminate flooring starts at $2.69 per square foot. Conditions and exclusions apply while supplies last. Offer valid through 9/7.
You know, people say, what is the big deal, Tom? You're touting about the liquid loan as a 30-year line of credit. Well, listen carefully. Let's say you owe, I'll pick a number, $400,000 on the house. Or no, let's say, okay, $400,000. Now, that's a line of credit. They pay off the $400,000, and you only pay simple interest on that. So you can keep your payment very low. And if you're only staying there a few years, you don't have to worry about it. You sell your house, you move on. Now, let's say you do want to stay there. Then you can pay down that principal. You can pay it down by $1,000 or $50,000. So now let's say you owe $350,000. Now let's say you want to borrow money back. And you can. You can borrow that $50,000 back, or you can borrow more than that if you have equity. It's a line of credit based on the value of your house, and it's always liquid to you. Only from Affordable Interest Mortgage. Call them for more information. You will love this loan, and every penny you keep in the bank counts the same. You get paid the same interest as you're being charged on your mortgage, so it offsets that part of your mortgage. 720-895-0500. 720-895-0500. TheLiquidLoan.com. More coming up. I can't hear when we go away from my spot, so I can't tell. Okay, so what's that?
Oh, this just, it was like on YouTube. It just shows all sorts of different stuff.
You know, math never lies. It really doesn't. Something too cheap, something too expensive. Yep. When you try to beat the system. You know, I remember, like helicopters. Like, I was selling my helicopter, and a guy looked at it, and I said, look, here's what's been renewed. Here's how much time is on it. I said, you will never get a helicopter, ever, not once, ever in your life, for under $700,000. Never. No matter how used it is. If you pay $400,000, you will put $300,000 into it. I know for all my years, if you pay $200,000, you'll put $500,000. I mean, it just is universal. And the son of a bitch, so I bought that one for $450,000.
Were you trying to sell him one?
Well, yeah, mine was for sale at the time. And I said, look, I know you think, well, why would I pay that for whatever it was at the time, 2008 or whatever. I said, because that's what you're going to pay for it. Now, you buy mine, you don't have to do the tranny, you don't have to do this, the time.
It's all done.
Well, yeah, because at the life cycle, so that has a brand new life cycle. And no matter what, I mean, I know, because I tried buying cheap. I bought cheap on purpose in a couple cases, and because I knew people could do certain things. But it's amazing to me how many...
For the inside scoop with the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon.
Dreams didn't make us kings. Dragons did.
Listen to the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to Wall Street, what is Mike Lester, fiduciary financial advisor and founder of Talon Wealth, keeping an eye on?
Right now I'm seeing opportunities in energy, not investing more in it, but looking at positions that are going to do extremely well as gas prices start to come back down. If we can help you identify opportunities, we want to do that for you, but it takes a phone call.
Questions about how this impacts your retirement? Connect and find out more now at guardingyournestegg.com.
Listen to us on your radio, on your desktop, and on your smart device. Denver's talk station is available everywhere, in your car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. David, what is happening in your life, David? What's going on, man?
Okay, so my mom died in 1998 and left the house to 9 siblings. 2 of the siblings collected rental income for about 10 years on it, then I moved into the house. They never shared that rental income, and now one of them wants to be bought out at full price.
Well, okay. I mean, first of all, who took ownership when your mom died?
My sister, who was a personal representative, put the deed in all of our names.
Okay, that's good. So the deed in all of your names, and the rental income was 10 years?
Yeah, between 45
How many earned the rental income?
Only one that I can tell.
And was it paid for, the house?
The house was paid off.
Okay. Now, not all of the rental income was profit. About how much of it was profit?
I would say anywhere from 85 to 95% of it was profit to the one individual.
Well, okay. Now, do the other siblings agree with you, David?
Some do, some don't.
Okay. Here's the problem you have. There is no law applicable to this as far as statutory. You would have to look at court precedent. And I can tell you, courts are a court of equity. So, if it went to court, I can almost assure you of what would happen. And that would be, they would take 1/9 of that. They would dole it all out and basically do a ledger. And on the ledger, they would show what this brother got that should have gone to all 9. They would make an adjustment, and then he would get that taken out of his 9th share of being bought out. But that would be in a court of equity, okay? They're a big thing about math, a court of equity. But what good is that if you don't have a lawsuit, unless you can get everyone to agree to that? Hold on, and I have some clues.
The wait is almost over. A new football season is about to begin. Get ready for the NFL Week 1.
Brian Greasy had a short career here.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize what a fabulous quarterback he was. I mean, I thought that he was just, but he
had a long history with Miami, didn't he?
No, that's Bob.
Oh, Bob.
But Brian went to another Super Bowl with another team. Plus, he went to the Super Bowl with us, didn't he? Wasn't he?
I don't remember.
I thought I read where.
He was a backup. He did.
Was he a backup?
Yeah, because Elway
did he play though?
Elway won all the Super Bowls that we've had. The last
when I looked at him, though.
No, one was Elway, one was Peyton Manning.
Well, we won more than 2.
Yeah.
How many? I'm trying to think.
Well, Elway won 2, and then Peyton won 1.
When we had back-to-back Super Bowls.
It says here, after being selected third round by Broncos, earned a Super Bowl ring with the Broncos, but that was for being obviously backup. But wasn't he? But then he played with San Francisco. And now he's a coach now there.
I don't remember.
Did you know he was a broadcaster? Now he went to coach quarterbacks in the 49ers.
Yeah, he was good. And then
I think he's underrated is what I mean. And he was a Pro Bowl selection in 2000.
Well, it's 22 years ago. I can't remember anything from last year, let alone from 2000.
He went to the. I didn't realize he went to the. He went to the Dolphins 5 games in 03, the Bears 13 games, Tampa Bay, 3 seasons. Wow.
So he had a pretty long career.
I thought that I don't remember him like amounting to much, but he was never really a starter for a long time, where he became a star. But he was solid, kind of like Kubiak.
Yeah.
Kubiak.
Where is Kubiak now?
He was.
Wasn't he head coach of the Texans for a while?
Yeah, I think he's retired. And his son, isn't he the with the 49ers? Clint Kubiak is maybe the offensive coordinator for.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So it's interesting. My son went to Regis, and on his team was Clint Kubiak, who was the son of his, Walt Weiss's kid, John Lynch's kid. And they had 4 kids whose parents were professional ball players.
John Lynch's kid is John Lynch.
Is John Lynch Jr.
Yeah, I knew him when he was a little kid because he owned.
Regis
and
Valor. They're all.
Yeah, and they all went to Regis.
Well, Regis and Valor were. Whatchamacallit's kids went to Valor. He has 4 sons. They're all fucking stars.
I know who you're talking about. McCaffrey.
Yeah,
they went to Valor Christian, right.
I lived in Island Ranch when he was playing. Once in a while I'd go over that field and just watch him practice and stuff. But he was so fast and so agile. Christian McCaffrey.
Oh,
Christian.
It was like, like when you play tag with kids, how they just run around him in circles playing with them. That's how he was on the field. It's like he was just unbelievable.
No, he
is still unbelievable.
Well, he made a great. He's done great with the Panthers.
Yeah.
Is he with them still?
Yeah. He had an all-pro season when he first came out. The guy, he's just terrific. And he's also a great pass receiver. He's not afraid
to hit people either. He'll hit you head on. He's talented.
And Eddie McCaffrey was a pretty good wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Now all he does is commercials for the shoe shop, whatever it is.
Yeah, those insoles.
So my son went to Regis, and then he went to CSU, and there are about 10 of them that have gone through Regis and CSU together. They have this great bond. They still talk to each other. They hang out together. It was really a great place for him. He didn't want to go to Cherry Creek. He wanted to go to a small school.
So Gracie's in the Hall of Fame.
And he's not religious. So he said when they were doing this stuff, he would just sort of tune out and not pay attention.
Oh, wait. Is that the College Hall of Fame? Or is that... What's Montana doing? He just retired, counting his money. Right, he's old, right? Oh.
Still any commercial properties, Tom?
Nope, I don't. You know what? I got out a while ago and never got back in.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
That's me, Tom Martino, and I am so happy you've joined us. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. If you have pain, inflammation, anxiety, it's been known to help that. And, man, I'll tell you, they have a cosmetic line with anti-inflammatory properties. It's Panacea Life Sciences. But you can go to this website and get 30% off with Tom and the promo code. Here's the website, RealCBDThatWorks.com. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Tom and the promo code, 30% off. Let's talk. David's got a question about real estate, and it's not really about real estate, but it's about estate law. It's about a little bit of everything. And David, here's what's going down. When it comes to courts, when you have a disagreement and you go to court, statutory law is number one. Okay, that's first. Statutory law. That means there's a law passed, and the law says blah, 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 blah. You go by the law. If there is no law, and usually with statutory law, you don't go to court because it's usually black and white, but sometimes you go over statutory law or you apply statutory law. Then there's another kind of law, common law, and you apply court precedent. What have other judges decided up to that point? And court precedent, though, can be overturned, and new court precedent is established. But then there's something called a court of equity where there's no precedent, there's no statutory law, but just common sense. For example, if I owned a business with Deputy Doc, and Deputy Doc took from the business an automobile and some equipment and some profits over the years that I did not take, and then we sell the business, it would be logical that his ledger would show his profit minus what he already took. So in estate law, it's much the same. It would be a court of equity. Unless it was spelled out in a will that this sibling has the right to do this and shall keep the money, if it's not spelled out in a will and 9 siblings own a house, one sibling cannot rent it and keep all the money. He just can't do it. Now, he's going to argue, well, I kept the house afloat. I paid the taxes. I repaired it. I managed it. So I deserve something for that, which is true. What you have to determine, what, if any, profit was made. And then the other 8 of you need to make an agreement that because Charlie got some of his carrots for the last 10 years renting the house, you got to subtract those carrots from his share of ownership. Now remember, the other 8 have to agree. And if they don't, it goes to court.
Okay. So, real quick question. What if some of those other 8 decided they got bought out, they got paid their share of the equity of the house, so there's only like 6 left? Does that change anything at all? Or
how did they get purchased out? Who determined how much to pay them?
They were paid in different time frames, so the different value of the house based upon it.
Okay, fine. All right, so now there's 6 of you left. Well, then it's the 6 of you, 5 of you, actually 6 of you. You all have to agree on how the 6th one takes his carrots because he got some in advance. But does this brother believe, the one that rented the house, does he believe the profit he made should just be disregarded?
That's the feeling I get.
Well, did you ask him?
Well, the sibling had went to a lawyer to partition the house, is what the lawyer said. And so I replied to the letter from the lawyer, and I said, I need a full accounting of what was collected, what was
Good.
and what was spent.
Good.
And until I can get that accounting, I can't make an accurate assessment of what that sibling is allowed to have.
Well, why you? Are you in charge?
No, I actually live in the house. I moved in the house 10 years after it had been rented, and so.
Wait a minute, David. Wait a minute. How long have you lived there in the house?
12 years.
Well, you get something taken.
Years, I'm sorry.
You get something taken off of your ownership too.
Well,
hold on, David. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. You've heard that.
No.
So what am I talking about? You got the. Hold on, man. You got the value of living there. Did you pay rent to the estate?
No, because there's no estate like a set up estate.
David, please, man. May I ask you just a question? I just want to ask a question. I want to know where your head's at. Do you think you owe the estate anything for living there 11 years?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and that's going to come out of your share, right?
It should.
Now, you subtract, hold on. Now, if you did repairs and maintenance and paid taxes and other things, that would be, but what your brother took just as much advantage as you did.
Well, so I have put up $45,000 in repair on this house because all the 10 years that rent was collected on, nothing was put into the house except minor stuff like maybe a water heater or refrigerator.
Okay.
So when I moved into the house, and I had been pointing this out prior to me moving into the house, I had been pointing this out. Hey, that roof is like over 35 years old. The shingles are being blown off by the wind. Nothing was done about it.
Do you have receipts for money you put into the house?
I have every single receipt. Not only do I have every single receipt, but I have.
All right. So you have to assign a value for what you've gotten. Okay? And you said it was 11 years. And you're still there. So if you say 11 times 12, you have to assign a value to 132 months of living there, and then subtract from that the money you put into it. The same way your brother has to do this. You need a full account. I mean, has anyone asked you for a full accounting?
No, I've offered it, but what I've gotten back was who gave you permission to put a roof on that house?
That doesn't matter, because if it needed a roof and you put one on there, that's not going to matter. They all benefited from it.
Right, yeah, and like I said, I put $45,000 into this house.
Okay, listen, David. So you got more problems than just accounting for your brother. You got to account for yourself. What's the house worth right? What's the house worth?
Well, the best I can tell if I went to Zillow, $274,000. But I have a niece who is a real estate agent, and she said no, Zillow's a lot of times is not even close to being accurate.
Right.
So I'm thinking it's a lesser amount because it's not a remodeled property with landscaping done to it or anything like that. I've done all the.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: if it's $275,000, okay, let's just say it is. Minus selling and all of that.
Right.
Let's say it comes to $250,000 you guys net. Let's just say that. If you guys net $250,000, right? And there's 6 of you left, right? Divided by 6. That's only $41,000 each. And you're going to owe a significant amount of that. I mean, you guys have a problem, because I don't know how you're going to solve this without going to court. And by the way, when you go to court, all of that money is going to come out of it. So you guys may end up with nothing.
Right. And so I guess my real question is, what type of lawyer should I hire if we have to go to court?
Well, you know what kind of attorney? A real estate attorney.
Okay. Yeah.
Or an estate attorney, either one, or an estate attorney. Either one can handle it.
Right. And,
but you have, like I said, you know, the first thing you have to do is try not to go to court.
Well, yeah. And that's
I hope that you and all 6 of you understand that no one will win if you go to court. In fact, if you go to court,
exactly what I said.
It could easily cost $100,000.
Right. Exactly.
So now you're looking at splitting nothing.
Right. No, I agree with you.
But are your brothers and sisters stupid? There's no other way of putting it. Okay.
No, they're
Will
not.
they
They're
realize?
not.
Will they realize how stupid it will be to go to court?
I think they all do, but the one that's actually trying to get the house partitioned and get that sibling share out of the house, it doesn't matter to that individual. Because if all the money is wasted and so basically that individual is saying, this is the irony. That individual didn't want to make a profit off my mom's death, yet a year later, after making that statement, decided that individual was going to be the property manager and has collected upwards of $65,000, between $45,000 and $65,000. An accounting of rental income has never been made to any of us.
Well, again, without being, it doesn't matter because without agreement, it goes to court. If it goes to court, you all lose. It's just a sad, sad commentary. I'm sorry, man. It really is. 303-713-TALK.
You're right.
713-8255. Genesis TotalExteriors.com. If you're looking for outside work on your house or estate of any part of it, that means fences and stucco, windows, doors, roofing, whatever, Genesis is the company to call. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They also do solar, and the number is 303-679-8509.
Up and vanished comes the new true crime podcast, Le Monstre. In the 80s and 90s, Belgium was plagued by a real-life monster whose crimes are among the darkest in that country's history.
A psychopath is somebody who understands emotions. His whole being was a really deep and evil man.
Listen to Le Monstre. That's Lemonstre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love Ideal Home Loans because they're solid and they're here. And they're here to stay. And you know what Ideal Home Loans is doing? They're making you a cash buyer with their cash buyer program. IdealHomeLoans.com will put up a cash contract for you with approved credit, and they will back you so your contract becomes a cash deal. And remember this. Other mortgage companies have flown the coop as soon as rates went up. You don't hear them advertising anymore with their high-priced spokespeople, do you? Ideal Home Loans is still here, and we'll take a look at any loan that you started. You may want to have a second look. Get a free second opinion. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. TheArtOfGranite.com will give you prices on the phone. Who does that? The Art of Granite does. Why? Because they do countertops of all kinds, not just granite. They do man-made or stone, and they charge wholesale for materials. They tear out and haul away free, and they do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen, and they will give you a price on the phone because they're proud of their values. I know Mitch Floria personally, and I can tell you the Art of Granite does excellent work. He has 5-star reviews out the nose. People love dealing with Mitch. Call and get your price. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. Now, we talk about lending a lot on this show. Reverse loans. We talk about cash buyer. There's another alternative. It's a 30-year line of credit called theliquidloan.com. Now, if you're interested, I want you to call Affordable Interest Mortgage and find out more. Here's how it works. It either pays off your house or buys your house, whatever that price is, right? And then you get to pay that down anytime you want, or just pay interest only if you're only staying there a few years. And here's what's great. You can borrow even more than the original price if you have equity. So it's a line of credit depending on your equity, and it goes up and down at your will. And it's simple interest. It also pays you interest on the money you keep in the same bank at the same rate as your mortgage, so it offsets your mortgage. TheLiquidLoan.com. Find out more. 720-895-0500. 720-895-0500.
Hey, summer's over.
Yes, sir. Right down at the end of the hall. Just go left.
Just make a left.
At the right near the entrance there.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I can't get a hold of Christina. I've left her a couple messages. Do you still want me to try to get Brad O'Brien on, though? Or do you want me just to reschedule it for tomorrow?
Yeah, we can reschedule if you can't get him.
Okay. All right. I'll put it on the calendar then for Sue's.
Thank you.
Hands-free content from every angle with Flex Mode. The sleek foldable design lets you make your device conveniently compact. Visit Samsung.com to order your Galaxy Z Flip 4 today.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Joe has a question about purchasing a hybrid, a Toyota RAV4. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Yeah, Tom, thanks. Just a question. My daughter's purchased like a hybrid. It's a Toyota RAV, and I understand it's got a CVT transmission, but the low gear, first gear, is supposed to be mechanical. What would they recommend? Just going to a standard XLE RAV4, or would the hybrid be worth the extra money and then that transmission?
Okay. All CVT transmissions suck. It's to a degree how much they suck. The hybrid is different because where it's hybrid, it really doesn't use the transmission to the extent a regular car does, but still sucks. In fact, My personal opinion, David, and I've talked to my experts about this, and this is something you want to consider. Hybrids are not great ideas. They're neither one or the other, and they complicate your life tremendously. I know people feel a little bit of relief because they have that hybrid. They feel like, well, in an emergency, I can still do this or that. I'm telling you, it's not worth the extra money. So, either buy a RAV4 or buy an electric car. And the CVT, again, sucks. But Nissan suck more than Toyotas, and Subaru seem to do the best job with them.
Yes, that's my understanding, yeah, and I didn't know if there might have been an exception with the Toyota or not, but it just kind of concerned me after they said it was a CVT in there, and I'm going, oh boy, I've heard
it's called CVT, like Charlie, Victor, Tom.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So,
but that's just not a good idea. Then you're better off paying and getting a little worse gas mileage with the standard RAV than the hybrid.
And it's not that bad. I mean, a standard hybrid is pretty damn good for mileage. You're not, listen, yeah. I've talked to a lot of people. I know people like hybrids that have them, but really, I'm telling you, the real benefit of electric is electric. Is not, why would you want two transmissions? I mean, why would you want two of everything? You know, there are certain parts it doesn't use. Now, some hybrids use, I don't know. I just don't like the idea, and they're hard to work on. And I would say if you're going to get an electric car, they really are getting this technology down. What are you looking for, gas mileage or electric? Or both?
Well, for both, she's looking at gas mileage too, and she just understands in traffic the hybrid kicks in to where you get like 40 miles to the gallon, and when you're on the highway, you're doing 30, 32 miles to the gallon.
Yeah. You can get really good mileage with a regular RAV4. I mean, again, it's not going to be the same, but the extra expense, you just don't understand. I mean, maybe you do understand the batteries and all of that. If you're going to go through that expense, do it for an electric car where you get the benefits of an electric car. You know, where it's pennies compared to a regular car to operate. You know, it's really, now when you have to change out a battery, that's another thing. But all things considered, electric cars are cheaper to operate than gasoline cars, no matter what. You don't have cooling systems. You don't have transmission systems. You don't have tons of systems. I mean, it's a very, very simple car. So that would be my recommendation. Go electric or go with a nice economical car. And if I were you, I'd stay away from the RAV4. I mean, they're not bad cars, but you pay too much for them. I would go with a Subaru. That's what I would do. 303-713-TALK. Yeah, Subarus are great little cars. 303-713-8255. All right, now, we've been talking. Do you have any follow-ups, by the way, at all? No?
You know, I have a couple of guys that have not returned calls.
Oh.
And I'm working on trying to make a list so we can at least expose these guys. One of them took $20,000. Another one took $7,000. And I've left messages for both of them, told them about the Construction Act, and I'm going to see if we can get some traction on those.
Okay. I was thinking about this student loan forgiveness the other day, and I realized a lot of people are strapped with debt. It's a nice thought, isn't it, to do away with. But what about the people that did work and pay off, and what about the people in the future? I mean, this whole thing is sending a bad sign. Plus, we all end up paying for it. There is no free money. Why do certain government people believe money is free when we print it? It's not. So, but after considering student loans, I want to know something. Bob, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Are there any really decent trade schools from which you draw? I mean, there are alternatives to college and should be, but tell me something. What is the path to being a plumber?
Well, Tom, we're very fortunate because we started a plumbing apprentice program and an HVAC apprentice program.
So you actually will train people?
We will.
From scratch?
As long as they got good character, good communication skills, the right look, from scratch, we will take them. So.
Oh, no, that's amazing. Hold on. I want to talk more about that. That is amazing. And so some of my slugs on YouTube, if you're listening, this could be a career change. We got more coming up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
Highway's starting to clear up a little. Still dealing with these accidents, though. Southbound Santa Fe just before Hamden. 2 right lanes are blocked due to a crash. The northbound side of Santa Fe seeing slow speeds as well. Also a wreck southbound I-225 as you're approaching Parker Road. That one's stop and go from Mississippi and adding about 10 minutes onto your drive time right now. Otherwise, I-25 back up to posted speeds at the moment and cleared up on I-270 across Commerce City as well. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny, high near 90 today. Mostly clear, 60 tonight. Tomorrow, sunny in mid to lower 90s. Wednesday, slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 92. Right now, it's 82. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Reed Loyalty Program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Reed's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899. Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Reed Loyalty Program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Reed's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Is safe and conservative. Let me explain how it works. You overfund life insurance. So you get life insurance. That's frosting on the cake. But the real deal is overfunding. You pay extra than the regular premium. That extra money grows tax-free in an account. And that's why we call it Become the Banker, because you become the manager of that money. You can actually borrow that money and then pay yourself back interest as if you're a credit card. So you get to shelter even more money. It grows pretty quickly when you consider all of this. If you stop using credit cards and use this fund and pay yourself back, it grows quickly for retirement, where you then take it out tax-free. Find out more at becomethebanker.org. Becomethebanker.org. Hey, reverse loans. You've heard me talk about them. Now, they're not for everyone, but if you have a home with equity and you want to live there, take advantage of the equity, or not have a mortgage payment, maybe even get assisted living, or just basically have a line of credit for emergencies, then talk to Empower Reverse Mortgage. Mark and his team are happy to answer your questions. Empower yourself with empowerreverse.com. 720-500-7719. 720-500-7719. empowerreverse.com.
Do you feel like you're...
you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling it, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard. It's the new way to home.
For your back, neck, and joint pain, visit SpineOne.com for a same-day appointment now. That's SpineOne.com.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Get your calls in. We have plenty of time to take them. We have Bob Logan with us from Plumline Services. Now, aside from some specials, the plumbing system and heating system, the heating system and the cooling system tuned up and checked and adjusted for $79. They also have, you buy an AC right now new and you get that furnace free. You pay for the labor on the furnace only, and they'll show you on paper where you're getting the real deal here. So you match the AC and the furnace, so a high end will get you a high end furnace free, or a middle end will, normal will get you an average furnace installed. So you get to choose the quality. You don't have to do the best, and you don't have to do the least. So we talked about apprentice programs. We talk about college and how important college is, but some people don't need to go to college. I mean, some people should. Look, I'm not going to sit in judgment of who should and who shouldn't. A lot of people waste money in college, frankly. And there are some trades that can really pay off, and they're very, very good and very good to go into. And I don't think there's anything wrong with them. And look, you can make six figures if you're good at what you do. But it's really hard to break into these businesses without a clear path. Bob Logan at Plumline says we have a clear path. We actually started an apprenticeship program for plumbing or HVAC. Now, what does it mean to enter the apprentice program? What do you do?
Yeah, so just to preface this, Tom, because there are schools out there that you can go to HVAC or plumbing school, and I mean, they might charge $20,000, $25,000, $30,000, and you come out with some book smarts, but not a whole lot of hands-on. We pay you as an apprentice as you go through our school, so zero debt. You don't have to pay anything up front for the schooling. We'll take somebody with no experience, and we're recognized by the state of Colorado. So we have a proctor who is recognized by the Department of Regulatory Agencies, named by the name of Steve on the plumbing side, and then Mike for HVAC is a NATE proctor on the HVAC, which stands for North American Technical Excellence. But basically,
so you train them on the job. Is there classroom stuff?
There's classroom. So the first 2 to 3 months, they're just in a classroom. That's all they do. We go through classroom training, and then depending on which trade it is, there's different paths. And so we start getting them some hands-on experience.
They go out with techs.
Go out on ride-alongs with senior technicians, licensed technicians. They might start working on either the drain side or the maintenance side. And then
eventually,
we'll slowly get their hands.
As the plumbing, do they get their license?
We do. We help them get their license. We pay for their licensing.
Wow.
Everything.
And they get benefits along.
And we pay 100% family paid health insurance, 401k match, paid vacation.
Oh my God.
So they get paid as they go, come out with zero debt. And to your point, some of these guys, if they're really good at what they do and they hustle and they're efficient, I mean, these guys make really good money. It's a
now, listen, here's what I want to know. How do you guys not get screwed? I mean, what happens when you train somebody for years and then somebody else just snags them?
Unfortunately, that happens sometimes.
You don't make them sign a contract or anything.
And we don't. We probably should look into that. But the fact of the matter is, I mean,
they stay.
I want somebody who stays who wants to be. If they feel like for whatever reason there's another opportunity out there, I don't want to hold them back from that.
Man, this is a great program. So what do they ask for when they call? Seriously, man, this is great.
They can go into our website and look at the apprentice program. They can call our recruiter. They can they can call me. I mean,
well, just call and ask for a recruiter, and tell them you're interested in the Apprentice program for either HVAC and that stands for heating, ventilation, air conditioning, or ask for plumbing for the Apprentice program. 303-586-1086. 586-1086. And that is really good that you have an actual program to start people.
And we'll have one on the electrical side soon. We're working on that right now as well to get it on the electrical side as well.
Dan, what's going on with you? Hello, Dan.
My pipes, I had my pipes bursted probably about 4 years ago with plumb line, and maybe just wanted to know, is there any preventive maintenance? Like he was talking about, always do some kind of preventative maintenance.
Okay, and by the way, we should mention when you said I had my pipe burst, and they were done by plumb line.
I'm sorry.
It makes it sound like you had pipes done and then they failed. What you meant was you had your sewer pipe burst, meaning they put a brand new sewer pipe in without excavating from end to end, and that's pretty cool technology. And it's a lot cheaper. Now you want to know, what can I do to maintain it? Now, let me ask you something, Bob. When he had it burst, what kind of pipe is put in place of the old one?
It's a high density
plastic,
right? That's the best way to describe it. So that line should last 700 years without any issues. I mean,
and there's no seams in it.
There's no seams in it. So
nothing to do.
Dan, did we do your entire line or just a portion of the line? Do you remember?
Entire line all the way to the city. So
the
about
entire line.
85 feet.
Okay, fantastic. Well, first of all, thank you for being a client of ours. But really, there is no preventative maintenance you should need. Now, you got the clean-outs in case, maybe a kid stuffs something down the toilet or something like that happens. But as far as any kind of preventive maintenance, you got a brand new line. There's no reason that line should back up for any reason.
That's good to know. It's going to outlast your house. 303-713-8255. Okay, listen, Daryl, you have a question or you have a comment on work ethic. Go ahead, Daryl.
Hey, Tom. How are you today?
I'm doing good, man. What's going on with work ethic?
I don't think that the younger generation has it anymore.
Not
as a total, but they get too much handed to them now.
And parents are to blame for some of that, and the government's to blame for some other. And here's another thing, though. No one is ever congratulated for being financially successful. We have come to believe in today's current climate that financial success equals evil. I don't know how else to put it. I swear to you. I mean, people just don't like it. They don't like it. And I think...
You know what I think? The reason why, this is just my theory, the reason why there's such a work shortage, because the ones that were close to retirement, the people that really worked, have retired or took early retirement. And then you had the two parents working that realized they were forced to be at home and realized how much child care cost. And one of the two of them are now staying home.
No, you're right. You're right, Daryl. A lot of them reconsidered their life after the pandemic. Thank you. You're right. 303-713-8255. Mark, if you can hang on with your question for Plumline, we have more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Highway starting to clear up. Still dealing with these accidents, though. Southbound Santa Fe just before Hamden. Two right lanes are blocked. Northbound side of Santa Fe seeing slow speeds as well. Also, a wreck southbound I-225 as you're approaching Parker Road. Stop and go from Mississippi. That's going to add about 10 minutes onto your drive time right now. Otherwise, I-25 back up to posted speeds at the moment. And we're cleared up on I-270 across Commerce City as well. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny, high near 90 today. Mostly clear near 60 tonight. Tomorrow, sunny in mid to lower 90s. Wednesday, slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny and 92. Right now, it's 82. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Summer days getting shorter and business to-do lists getting longer? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates, all in one place. Sponsor your first job and get hiring today by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and he'll give you personalized attention. And people say, why do I care? Seriously, if they're going to work my case. Well, I'll tell you why. Because they don't work your case. A lot of attorneys just gather cases and only work the ones with big payouts so they can advertise that they got big payouts to get other leads, and it's a game. The little guys left in the lurch, or the medium cases. Here's what I want you to do. Rather than listening to me, if you're injured in an accident, you're going to start calling around. Call John Fuller. You'll notice the difference right away. Just call. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. 303-597-4500. You'll notice the difference, and he'll take your case and work it. He promises. If he takes it, no charge, all contingency. That's 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller. Now, if you're looking for the liquid loan, go to Affordable Interest Mortgage, theliquidloan.com. That's a 30-year line of credit, and you get to choose how to pay it. You can pay interest and principal like any other loan and pay it off quicker. No matter what rates are doing, you'll pay it off quicker because it's simple interest. The other thing you can do is pay just interest only. Keep your payments low if you're only going to be there a few years. A lot of people are doing that. Or if you want to pay it off quicker, you can pay it off quicker. Pay any amount to the principal anytime you want. And here's another option. You can borrow it all back if you need it in an emergency. It's a line of credit. The more equity, the more you can borrow, even more than the original amount. Theliquidloan.com. And all the money you keep with the same bank, guess what? Earns the same interest. So it's canceling out that part of your debt. Wow. Theliquidloan.com from Affordable Interest Mortgage. Call and find out more. 720-895-0500. Sheridan Auto Tech is a repair facility that can do maintenance, repair, heavy and light, also electrical issues, a complete electrical department. Uncle Kevin, I call him, treats his people like family. That's why I call him Uncle Kevin. He treats employees and customers like family. They have knowledge, convenience, and honesty and value. You need to find out more at SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
Does your car...
All right. Camera out here. What the hell is going on? Okay, for some reason, this thing is... Okay, something happened. That's the weirdest thing I ever had happen.
What's that?
My database locked up. I had to reboot it. I mean, I never had that happen. That Apprentice program, what a great idea.
It's, you know, we got so tired of trying.
Is it working?
It's working fantastic. We've had the HVAC site going for about 4 or 5 years now, and had a lot of bugs to work out.
Do you have any females?
I had about 2. We had one female that was going through the HVAC side, and she ended up changing careers.
It's hard for them, isn't it? Because of the heavy.
It is. And she was treated well and treated with respect. And you know, the service world, I think they have a better chance than the new construction. New construction, I mean, the job sites are like locker rooms, you know. But in the service world, it's a little bit. I would like to think a little bit more professional, and you know, but yeah, it's we have a saying that most tenure guys don't have 10 years of experience; they have 1 year of experience. They've just been doing it for 10 years, which is so true, and they come with a lot of bad habits, and whoever trained them, you know, is gospel, and even our senior guys. I got a journeyman plumber who's been with us for 7 months now. He said, and he came to me last week. He said, Bob, do you realize in the last 7 months I've probably learned more from the guys in this company?
If you have a bowel blockage, get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Hey, it's Joe Pags coming up. Uber-rich singer Lizzo complains about being oppressed as she's handed an award. What? That plus part 2 with Dr. Robert Malone. You're not going to want to miss that. And Crane News with Kay on a Monday on The Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Artino here. Mark has a question for Plumline Services. Hey, Mark, what's happening with you? Okay, we got a dial tone. Did we disconnect with Mark?
Get Mark back on. I want to help him.
Yeah, I want that question. Anyway, I do have a text from somebody, and they want to know about your Apprentice program. And I asked you off the air, females. I mean, you can't discriminate. You don't want to.
We don't want to. We want more females in the trades, and I think it's an exceptional opportunity for them. Again, there's not everybody's made for college. I didn't do well in college. I went 3 years and flunked out, so I never got my degree. And so for some people, it's a great path. For others, the trades are a great path. For others, the military is a great path. So I think that's the problem with our school systems. They try to fit everybody in one box, and we need to look at everybody's skill sets and talents and where they're going to succeed. So we do that, and I would love to have more females in the trades.
Okay, and right now there aren't that many. I'm not talking about a plumb line, but in general, plumbers, HVAC. What about electricians?
As far as what, females?
I haven't seen many.
You know, we do. I've seen there's a few in Denver that I know. It probably more so on the electrical side than the plumbing side, and again, when you say HVAC, that's the furnace and the air conditioning side, and there's a few good ones out there.
All right, now, somebody mentioned on texting about electrical. Do you have an apprentice for that?
We are starting an electrical program. It's still in the works, but we will have that up and running. We have one apprentice right now, and we just got to get the process down and make sure that it's equitable from all sides. And
this is, Bob, of all the things, seriously, have you guys done, I think this is incredible. It's good for the community, and it really is. I mean, it's good for the community because you're helping. You're not just giving people some minimum wage, kick them in the butt and saying, or commission only. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with those jobs. Everyone has to start somewhere. But to be able to get in and start a career without paying out and earning and having respect and having dignity of earning a paycheck, getting benefits, and what I love about the job, as much as you put in, is what you get out.
That's exactly right. And we have some of these young guys are absolutely excelling. And again, I like to say more young guys and gals.
Well, they're grateful, I think, because so many people, I think, are not working now because, okay, I'm saying there are a lot of lazy people, blah, blah, blah. But let's talk about really, I think a lot of young workers are taken advantage of. And I think that when you hear these old farts sometimes say, I can't hire anybody, they can't hire them necessarily for the work that they want them to do.
Right.
I think, now not in all cases, there are some, look, there's validity on all sides, but I think a lot of these entry-level jobs they do suck. And I don't think people can fill them because they suck and they're not paying enough. And again, I don't think all entry-level positions have to pay the world, but you have to pay something. And then I think what you're doing is different because you are helping
this
to
is
provide
not just an
dignity,
entry-level
relevance, and a living off the bat.
That's right. There's a career path to it.
It's the whole thing about giving a fish or teaching someone to fish.
Right. So Plumbline Services, by the way, to find out more about this, 303-586-1086. Hey, tell them Tom told you to call. I want you to get in on this program. More tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino.
And stay connected with all of us
at 630 KHOW,
KHOW.com,
and on the iHeartRadio app.